Hey everybody, and welcome to... Oh, there we go. I do have my mic correctly running. Haha. Everybody, welcome back to Stonemoss Abbey. This is our Humblewood D&D game that we are playing live here on the channel. The first session was on August 27th. Tonight we have the second session to go, and we left off on one heck of a cliffhanger. So we're going to have a lot of fun picking that up. But before I start the game, and we do kind of want to just launch into the game here, I do need to lay out a few little ground rules. Not ground rules, but just heads up kind of things. Unlike my normal streams, I will not be able to interact with chat during the game. There will be a 10-minute break in the middle where I will be absolutely chatting with you all, hanging out with y'all while everybody else takes a break. I will be here with you. But until then, I really have to focus on the game. So please absolutely feel free to chat in the chat and have fun, you know, cheer us on or make fun of our bad decisions, whatever you like. You know, just have fun with us. We want you to come along on this adventure. I just can't interact with you directly, nor can the other players during the game. But I'll be absolutely back here hanging out with you during the break, as well as after the session. So without further ado... Oh, music's a little bit loud? Okay, let me, you know what, I can just kill the music entirely. There we go. I was trying out a new setting, so... But without further ado, let's go ahead and launch right into the game with a brand new screen. All right. Welcome back, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I am the Damage. I run this channel. I primarily do art and some gaming here, but I am joined by Dow Spoons. Want to introduce yourself?
Good evening, everybody. I am Tau Spoons. Tonight, I will be playing Rakal, the Divine Soul Sorcerer, a Corvum, and he is the very exemplar of the bird is the word.
And speaking of birds, we also have Nuime playing Keela. Would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Noeme. I play Keela. She's a Mistral Raptor, a Pygmy Falcon, and a Rogue Scout, and apparently rolls lots of 20s. But since I've said that, that will no longer happen.
And we also have Nomad, who's playing Theron. You want to introduce
Hello.
yourself?
I am Nomad. As he said, I will be playing Theron, the Silver Fox Kinsei Monk, swordsman of the Stonemoss Abbey.
And I forgot to introduce which character I'm playing. I'm playing Captain Nyril Forms, who is a hare and a fighter. And that now brings us to our illustrious Dungeon Master, Rastavar. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rastavar, and I am playing everybody else. And I have been having so much fun. This is a great group to DM for, and I'm really looking forward to getting deeper into this story. So before we get started, just a few little points of order. One thing is that our party is actually just leveled up. So everybody is level 4. Usually don't level up in the middle of a battle, but just that's where we happen to leave off. So I don't know for sure if we'll be leveling up after every session, but we've got some planned progression there. Item number 2 is DMs are human too, and I screwed up in a pretty big way last time because my rat villain, Scrag Gorlash, ended up on the initiative tracker twice. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with how D&D initiative works, getting 2 turns in a round is a very big deal, and that is a large reason why Nyril is in such a bad shape right now. So I talked to my players, and we agreed that we didn't want to take away that drama. So instead of retconning, what we're going to do is Scrag is not getting a turn next round because he is a dirty, rotten cheater, and cheaters never prosper. All right. So with that, I think we're ready to get started. And I will start with a quick recap. Last time on Stonemoss Abbey, we began our adventure on the road, where an Emberguard scout, a pygmy falcon named Keela, was escorting a visiting scholar from Humblewood, the Raven Sage Rakah, to Stonemoss Abbey in time for the summer name day feast. There they met a silver fox named Theron, a warrior monk in training, and a hare, Captain Nyril Forms of the Perch Guard Irregulars. But the festivities were soon interrupted by the appearance of a stag's face in the enormous taproots of the Riven Willow, the face of Lorik Thornheart, one-time Knight of Alkheim. Lorik warned that in 3 days he would bring an army to conquer Stonemoss and take it for his own. As soon as he finished speaking, refugees appeared outside the eastern walls, having fled Lorik's conquest of the fishing town of Shimmernet to the east, pursued by monsters made of vines and thorns. Our heroes vanquished the monsters and saw the refugees safely into the walls of Stonemoss, where they spoke of an army of bandits led by a half-wooden stag who commands trees and other plants. Worse, after striking down Amadea Krill, the captain of the East Watch, Lorik somehow raised her again as his own loyal subject. As the Abbey began preparations for a siege, Abbot Bartimaeus took the party aside to present them with a quest. Travel to the Cathedral of the Amaranthine in the city of Maplecrest and reclaim the Sword of Gaspard from the tomb of the Abbey's historic champion, Tristan the Warrior. This legendary sword may be the only weapon that can pierce Lorik's magical defenses. While on the road to Maplecrest, the party encountered a farm under attack by a group of bandits, led by someone Nyril seems to be familiar with. Our heroes intervened, but the bandits' furious counterattack has left Nyril on death's doorstep. Will our heroes survive to return hope to Stonemoss Abbey? And with that, we are going to jump right back into initiative order. So Scrag has just finished his illegal turn, and that brings us to Sage Rakaw.
Do we have the map, or am I just lagging?
Oh, yeah, let me take you there.
Yeah, I was about to say, I can't see anything.
Hey, map.
Teacher
All
of the
right.
mind.
So, I know what I'm going to do. I just got to measure things out real quick. So give me just a second. Okay, so Rakaw, he's somewhat in cover at the moment, lightly obscured, I imagine. But that is about to end. He is going to step forward, his movement speed, look directly at the cluster of Scrag and his two flunkies, and then he will summon power deep within inside himself. A little bright light will emerge from his feathered palm, and it will take the form of a little whirling tornado. And as it spins itself up, it will suddenly morph into a hummingbird. And that hummingbird will start to grow and grow and grow until eventually it is the size of a titan relative to normal hummingbirds. And this hummingbird perches on Rakaw's shoulder, and it starts flapping its wings excessively in the direction of that group. And they are all affected by gust of wind.
Wow.
All righty.
So nobody does anything at the moment, but at the start of each creature's turn that is in the gust, they have to make a strength saving throw. Also, as part of the spell, I am activating my, careful spell casting, and designating some targets who do not have to save against it. Those targets are my companions, Nyril, Kira, and Keela and Theron. So if I have to turn and the wind gust starts to blow in your direction, you don't have to worry about being pushed by it.
Nice.
Good.
Yay.
All right. So, and I will say that even though he doesn't have a turn, Scrag can be affected by it on his initiative order. He just doesn't get to do anything, so he'll have to roll his save. All righty. So, and there is your gust of wind.
Oh.
All right. And you can, as I believe, you can turn that gust if you wish on your turn. So, anything else you want to do with your turn?
No. I will say, based on the description, it looks like the gust is automatically whatever direction I'm facing in. So I'll have to be careful about that.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind there really aren't rules for facing in D&D 5e. So you can essentially move it wherever you need to, and if you want to, do fancy ray of frost shots over your shoulder, you can do that.
Fair enough.
All right. So that will bring us to Theron.
For just a moment, Theron has his eyes glanced over at this other crossbowman over here, and then he just had to get himself. And he tears off running. Max speed, blows by Rakaw, and ends up coming through the gust of wind and skids in beside this guy with the mace here, and immediately comes in with a sword attack. Which is... he will get flanking, correct?
Yes, he will.
And it's not going to help.
Believe it or not, that still is going to hit.
Oh,
Ooh,
Nice.
yeah.
so roll damage there. And he's going to immediately follow it up with a flurry of blows.
Alrighty.
It's bound and determined. It really is.
That will hit.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, 13 did, so.
Oh, I thought I didn't see the 14 there. And then another hit right behind it. There it goes.
Yeah, that is not going to connect. He's wise to you now. He manages to dodge out of your backswing, but you did some work on him, and he's looking a little rough.
Nice.
Was the win necessary?
You'll learn to appreciate it. In the end, it'll blow you away.
As long as you're not full of hot air.
Very ominous. That's my turn.
All right. Next up is Scrag. So this is a strength save he needs to make.
Yes, strength 15 or 14, excuse me.
Okay. Well, he got a 13.
Yes.
So he's going to get blown 15 feet. Now he's there aren't specific rules for like going through other characters, but I'm guessing that because this is all more or less happening simultaneously, Nyral's able to sort of dance out of the way as Scrag topples over and skids all the way over here. So he is no longer in, well, actually, I mean, he's still within his melee range because you recall from last time, his whip was able to hit at 15 feet. All right, so that's all Scrag gets to do. Next up is this bandit, who's also going to have to roll a strength throw. That is a 5. So he is also going to get blown away because that's forced movement that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. That brings us around to
Nice.
Keela.
All right. Well, let's see here. Can't remember if I am hiding. So we'll just start with a bonus action of hide. So that way I can get a better attack on somebody. Certain someone. Yep, hiding amongst these trees.
All right, go ahead and roll your stealth check.
Come on, stealth. Be my friend. I'll take it. That'll work.
That's a pretty good hide.
Excellent. And so with now being a bit more undercover and hidden, we're going to take a crossbow attack at the other crossbowman because we don't need him causing any problems.
Go for it.
And is that with advantage?
Uh,
Or am I just getting my sneak?
it is with advantage, and that's the only reason you get your sneak attack, because you're unseen.
Thought so. Alright, so here's advantage on that.
On that 20. Come on.
Well, it's a dirty 20. Take it.
All right.
There you go.
And here comes damage. That should be all of
No,
it.
damage is right here.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Big ol'
that
hit.
works.
Actually,
That
Huh.
should be.
that does not look right because, or wait, no, is the 10 your 2d6? Must,
Yes.
okay,
Yes, it
that
is.
must be.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah. Yeah, good big damage.
Woo.
Single shot between the eyes, and he falls down in the corn. He is dead.
Nice.
Headshot.
Like it. And
Took each of those guys down in one shot. Holy crap.
that'll end my turn for now. And I'm not needing to move. I'm feeling very comfortable where I'm at.
Okay. That brings us to Nyril.
Alrighty. Yeah. Nyril is not doing great, so he's going to use Second Wind. Oh, come on. Wow.
Now that's
Rude.
1d10 plus your fighter level, so that'll be a total of 6.
Oh, okay, thank goodness. Woohoo. That's something. Not really what I wanted. Okay, and boy, do I attack? Do I jump?
7, by the way.
I'm trying
Oh,
to remember.
7, that's right. You're level 4.
Oh, uh-huh. Let me heal one
Even
more.
better.
Do-do-do-do.
Yay.
So we all know what 1 health can do.
I can't remember. Is this guy hurt at all? I can't remember if I hit him at all last time.
You have hit him, yeah.
Okay.
So he is actually, both of the mace-wielding thugs are looking bloodied.
Okay. I'm gonna risk it and try to hit him. I know I'm poisoned, so this is at disadvantage.
It is a
So-
disadvantage, yes.
Yep. So let's.
All
Does a
right.
10 hit?
I'm sorry, that was actually just a single roll, so you need to
Oh,
roll it again.
Okay, sorry. I gave myself the poison thing, but it doesn't apply it. No. Okay,
Yeah.
so I suppose a 9 isn't gonna hit.
A 9, unfortunately, is not able to hit. The poison is making your movement sluggish, and you're not able to bring the sword to bear. I'd like you to roll another Constitution save, please.
Oh crap. E.
Okay, so unfortunately, nothing changes. You still feel that poison working its nasty charms on you.
Ah. Should have jumped. That's all I can do.
All right. So next up is this thug here, the blue one, and he is also going to have to roll a strength save.
Come on and fail.
All right.
And I just realized I forgot to take the other thug's turn. He should have had one. So I think I'll do that after I do this turn. I'm just all out of sorts. That's a 4. Wow, these guys are not rolling well. So he is blown back here, and he's going to step out of the wind and try to move a little closer to Nyril and take another couple swipes at him.
Can he stand on the fence like that?
He's sort of leaning over it. It's going to be difficult terrain to get across it. But yeah, actually, that's a good point. I think he is going to have to vault over it to really get any sort of leverage on you. So that's, 5, 10, 20, 25. So he's got the movement to do that. Couple hits at Nyril. 14 to hit and a 9 to hit.
Nope. Both going to be just blocked by the shield.
Alrighty. And then this other guy is going to try to come after Theron. So that's going to be a 15 to hit and 11 to hit.
Misses.
All right. So Theron's monk abilities kick in. He is shifting like water, and the thug cannot land a hit. That brings us
Like a
back
butterfly.
around to Rakaw.
Quick question, because I don't remember. I am concentrating on the gust of wind spell.
Mhm.
I am still able to cast other stuff, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Anything that doesn't require concentration.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. Both red and blue thugs have damage, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to assume that maybe Theron has got his guy kind of under control. So Racaw will send out a little blinking murder of crows at the blue thug, i.e., cast Toll the Dead.
Alrighty. So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
That is correct against a Wisdom 14.
I don't think a nat 1 is going to do it.
No, sir, it will not.
Oh,
These
man.
guys are not wise. They should have chosen
dear.
better career paths.
Mhm.
All right. So 5 necrotic on him. And yeah, he is. So that swarm of crows forms around his head, and as one utter a murderous caw, and his head is rattling inside his helmet. You see him staggering on his feet. Anything else for your turn?
No, I think Racaw is happy where he is, so he is not going to get closer. He is just going to maintain the Gust of Wind spell.
All right. And that brings us to Theron.
All right, so Red's come up here to play. As he comes in and swing, Theron kind of ducks and dodges and turns, and brings a sword around as he engages with him. So,
Alrighty. Unfortunately, not going to hit.
That's rough.
Mm.
So he comes around with the sword, misses, and just immediately follows it up with the offhand elbow, and gonna go with another flurry of blows.
That
15.
hits.
Nice.
There we go.
For a whopping 5 damage.
He is just barely on his feet right now. He's punch drunk.
Mm.
That'll definitely hit.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 24 will hit.
And after the elbow, he just follows it up with a second one and just kind of goes in deeper with it.
All right. And yeah, that something crumples underneath your elbow as you bring it in, and he wobbles, and then his eyes roll back and he topples over backwards and he is gone.
As soon as Theron feels the crack, he immediately springs forward, bringing his sword in front of him and getting between Rat Boy and Nyrel. And that will be my turn.
Mm.
People's elbow off the fence.
All right. So next up is Scrag, and he looks around at the battlefield and sees that things are definitely not going his way. And he is going to, first of all, you see him dip his the barb of his whip back in that poison. And he's going to try to bring it to bear on Theron. So it's going to be 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
6 slashing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw coming right up.
Oof.
Of course you get a nat 20.
So
Good
you
job.
feel this this barb rakes against a section of exposed collarbone, and you feel the poison burning in the wound, and it is nasty. But you summon up your training, your control over your body, and you brace yourself against it, and the poison doesn't take hold as it's designed to. You do still take 3 poison damage on top of that, but you are not poisoned.
Theron kind of draws for a second and cute. It just gives him a grin.
not that I don't think Scrag has the movement to overcome this, but did you do the strength save at the beginning of Scrag's turn?
Oh, that is correct. I need to do that. That was a 4.
Nice.
So
Greg.
he's back here, which does mean he's out of range, but he's going to move this way, which puts him back in range to hit at Theron.
Okay.
And then he's going to take one more whip attack. 21 to hit.
21 hits.
That'll be another 5 slashing damage.
Mm.
And then Theron's going to snarl at Nyril. You always did have to hide behind someone stronger than you, huh?
You mean Scrag has to snarl at him?
Scrag, yes. What did I say?
Theron.
Theron. All right. Yeah, Theron, you're right. Yeah, Scrag is going to snarl at Nyril.
Well, Theron's going to snarl at Crag, so there it is.
Yeah,
Snarlies.
that makes it all even.
There you go.
Balanced.
Snarl alike.
Guess it didn't take too long to find a replacement for Derwin, did it?
You know, Scrag, I was this close to letting you live. Now you're gonna die.
All right. Next up is this last thug, who is going to take one hit at Nyril and one hit at Theron. Sort of lashing out a little bit frantically because this is not going well. 17 against Nyril, 16 against Theron.
Oh, just barely hits.
16 misses.
All right. So that's going to be...
Tied my AC.
Well, he rolled a 1 on the damage die, so it's only 3 damage.
Oh.
And I think with that, he's actually going to... he's going to stand his ground for now. Brings us to Keela.
Well, I think he's going to regret standing his ground because, yeah, I'm going to fire a crossbow at him. Have a bolt, baby. Come on, dice. Be nice.
Are you still hidden?
No, I did not bonus that. Oh, come on now. What are you doing, dice? Come on. No, that was
Aw.
one.
Yeah,
Rude.
unfortunately, the
I paid for those 20s, eh?
you do. Law of averages. All right, crossbow sails wide, and one of the hedgehogs actually ducks.
Oh. Sorry.
Anything else
hedgehogs.
with your turn?
You know what? This time I am gonna hide. I'm gonna just scoot over. I'm gonna use a little bit of my movement, and then I'm gonna hide.
Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Come on, dice, be nice. Probably not. Not too good.
And
It's been better.
you see Scrag taps his eye patch and then says, "Gonna have to do a lot better than that, chickadee."
Killer just kind of glares at him. Doesn't respond, just evil bird eye.
Nyril, you're up.
Okay, Nyril is gonna go after the thug right next to him, and let's see here. There we go. Hold shift. That way it'll do it with both. Yeah, I suppose a 9 isn't gonna hit.
9 will not hit.
Tack nabbit. Okay. Yep. Not much more I can do. So that was it.
Roll another con save.
Come on, please pass. Nope.
Unfortunately, nope.
Good grief. This poison's
That's
doing a
some-
number on me.
Oof.
All right. And yeah, Thug is dead, so brings us to Rakaw.
Rakaw is going to adjust his positioning to put the thug and Scrag back in the gust.
Alrighty.
Hmm. Nice.
Am I able to move the gust somehow? Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah, I can. Here, I'll give you control over it.
Sure. So after doing that, he is going to focus on the remaining thug and send out. You know what? I think he doesn't want anybody getting away. He is going to cast Ray of Frost. And we got a little penguin in a bobsled running at that remaining thug, trying to knock him
Alright.
out. Ah,
8, unfortunately, is
Mm.
the thug is still really, really antsy and wary. And as he sees that penguin coming in, he turns and swings with his mace and just splatters it. Just bursts into a little bit of snow.
Poor little penguin friend. Horrible.
Anything else with your turn?
nope, I'm good.
That's
All right.
annoying.
I
Theron
love
is up.
Rakaw's spell casting. It's so good.
It really is.
How tall is this fence? Is this something Theron could jump up on?
Oh yeah. It's so there is a stone fence with some wooden pilings on top. So it would be it's not really easy to balance on, but I mean you're a monk.
Just as the little penguin sliding in and the thug kind of turns his attention, Theron just hops up nimbly on the fence and pops over here, and the thug turns back and he's not where he was. And as he turns back around, Theron's just coming in with the he's actually flipped his sword in a reverse grip, which is going to make everybody cringe, but he's just going to punch him with the handle in his hand
Mm-hmm.
for non-lethal damage.
All right. "24 hits.
Glad you took the non-lethal.
All right, and he is similarly wobbling, but not quite down.
Well, we're gonna follow it on up then. Just follow it up with a regular run, with another, just pop pop,
Mm-hmm.
just boxing his ears.
11 just hits. And with that, you see him shudder, and then his eyes roll up, and he just crumples in front of you, unconscious.
All right, so let's see. Was that difficult terrain?
Yes, going over the
Okay.
fence.
So back over would be another 10. So that will, yeah, that'll be my movement.
Okay.
That'll be my turn. As he's hopping the fence to pursue Scrag.
All right. Scrag is going to make another strength save of 21. And he looks around, sees he's the only combatant left, and says, "Ah, all right. You got this day. I'll get the next one."
So you're just gonna run away again, are you? Just like you did at the ambush. You're good at that.
How I've stayed alive. Unlike others I might mention. Anyway, goodbye. And he's going to take his dash action to and he is just one square off the map, but he is yeah, he's doing a runner. So you can, if you wish, use your actions to try to shoot at him as he goes, or try to run him down.
Well,
Man,
Shall I? I think I
Here, I'll
shall.
give. Let's see.
I mean, Nyril would try to run him down. The problem is I could catch up to him, then I couldn't do anything. So
Let's give us a little more.
A little more map.
Yeah.
Oh, a little more distance. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Ah, no, you're just scooting us all. Okay,
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
So he is here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we out of initiative or are we?
No, we're still in initiative. So he's
Okay.
gonna need, he needs another turn to get out of range.
Okay. So I guess it's my turn.
This brings up, yeah, that does bring up
Ah.
Keela.
Awesome. Okay, we're gonna go over here. I am gonna try and hide firstly. So
Okay.
we'll do that. Come on. Okay, that works.
All right.
Yep. I hope
And
so.
then we are going to, of course, fire at Mr. Scrag there. So here comes with advantage. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, there's a nat 20.
There it is.
All right. Go ahead
That's what
and
I
roll that.
That's what I needed. Okay, so here is the first part, and then I think I just get an extra D8, correct?
Yes, no, an extra D8
That's-
and an extra 2D6.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, we'll do. All right. So there's the D8. We'll just do that over here, and 2D6.
So
Okay.
that's 30 damage.
Jeez. Holy crap.
That's fun.
And then Keela murdered everyone.
And yeah, he is. You managed to get that bolt deep into a chink in the back of his armor between his shoulder blades. You hear him go, "Ah!" But he is still running.
No.
Okay.
All right. Well. Go team, go.
Nyril is hurting from this poison. You can see his ears twitch, and it's definitely getting to him, but he is not going to let Scrag get away. So he's going to use dash and use his full movement to get up here in front of him.
Oh.
And try to like block his path, saying, "Nah, not this time. You don't get away this time."
Alrighty. Brings us to Rakaw.
Give me 1 sec. I got to check my spell ranges. Yeah, that'll work. All right, so Rakaw feels like Gust of Wind has done its duty, so he is going to tap his hummingbird shoulder cannon on its head, and the hummingbird shoulder cannon is going to kind of nod and then duck back behind his back, and it's just gone out of sight, and nobody sees it anymore. And then he's going to march up to by the let me check my movement math. Yep, there we go. And yes, I am in range, and I'm going to send out another little penguin friend, and he is skating back between these corn stalks, going to try and jump poor Scrag.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll your attack. 15 just hits.
Oh, yes.
That is his damage, and his movement speed is reduced.
Yes, reduced by 10. Now let's see. I'm not sure how that affects dashing. If that if that reduces him to 50 or if it reduces him to 40. So what does it
Isn't
say?
dash double your
exactly?
movement speed? So if your movement speed is reduced by 10, then it'd be double whatever your reduced amount is.
Yeah,
It-
I think that's probably how it works.
It does say its speed is reduced by 10 feet. So my presumption is that it applies to the base speed amount.
Yep. All right. So that will bring up Theron.
As Scrag's getting away, Theron just digs into the ground and then just hits a hard sprint, burning another key point for Step of the Wind.
All righty.
And he's gonna come in just full movement speed, full force, and just plant a kick like right in the back of Scrag's knee.
Nice.
That'll hit. All
And he
right.
just, as he hits and lands, he steadies himself and brings the sword back around in a defensive stance, and that will be my turn.
Okay.
Technically, you would have had advantage there from flanking rules
That's true.
if you want to try for a nat 20.
Yep.
Why not?
Close.
All right. Scrag is not liking this at all. He's going to see if he can go poison again. He can't. So,
No.
let's see. I think he's going to try whipping at Nyril. Or actually, he's going to use his Morning Star. So,
boy.
has a
All right.
21 to hit,
Yep, that's going to hit.
an
Oh,
18
no.
to hit.
Oh no, no.
That's a total of 14 damage.
And Nyril is down.
And stay down. And then he is going to use 20 feet of movement.
Away he goes. Nope.
Go for an attack of opportunity there, Theron.
I'm waiting for the DM to tell me.
Well, you do have the option.
Do it.
Oh no!
You try to swing, and it just is not able to catch him.
Darn.
All right. So he is actually still one more away from there. So that's a distance of 65 feet from Keela.
Mm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna add some height to this map.
Oh. That's just for funsies.
Yep.
Giving him the high ground, are you? Ooh.
Whoop.
Yep, we're all off the map now.
Here are gonna be monsters.
I was hoping someone would say that. All right. Oh, nope.
I think.
We're all getting scooted back.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Well, you should be scooted back.
Yeah, I think we're okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're good.
One more. Or no, Scrag goes one more.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's where we were.
Oh, I mean,
So-
everybody is actually one north of where they should have been, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think so.
So there we go.
There we
There
go.
we are.
And then I'll say if Scrag makes it off the end of this map, he really has disengaged for real.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Darn. Okay. All right. Well, same song, different verse. Moving, hiding. Okay. And crossbowing.
Yep.
Come
And
on.
you got your advantage.
24 on that stealth roll. Nice.
I'll take this.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa! Woo-hoo-hoo, another nat 20. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Didn't need the
then-
advantage.
We're going to do that. And then a D8 and then 2D6. Oh,
Aw.
All right. Well, that's still
That's
15.
fun.
16, rather.
yeah, that is fun.
Yeah, he's not looking so good, guys.
Kayla just mutters under her breath.
Anything
Don't
else with your
call me-
turn?
No, just don't call me chickadee.
I mean, I don't think he will. I think he made an impression. All right. That brings us to Nyril, and I think this is our first death saving throw of the campaign.
No.
Oh boy.
So, let's see here.
That is a failure.
Dang
So
it.
Nyril inches toward death.
This game is just conspiring to make me roll a new character.
Wants you to draw more.
All right.
That's all.
So Recall, you're up.
Rakaw does not have but so much movement. Nonetheless, he will move at his usual measured pace towards Theron. Oop,
Whoa. Almost overshot him.
A little personal there. It's all right. Just want to give
that's
a hug.
yeah, that's as far as he can get. He cannot get to Nyril this turn, so he is going to let loose another penguin with its little Rambo bandana and ice skates.
All right. Roll your attack.
Get him.
12, unfortunately, does not hit.
Oh.
You should
So
stab him.
he hops over it as it skids underneath.
Oh,
I'm just imagining the penguin darting forward, and then Scrag kind of jumps, and the penguin does a little cartoonish whoop whoop, and then flails around and sails off into the bushes.
Oh.
Falls on his rear and he's spinning around as he goes.
There you go.
All right. Anything else with your turn?
That is all.
Okay. Theron.
Theron actually gives him about 2 or 3 steps just to get a little bit of distance between them, and then closes it at max speed.
Okay.
And he's actually going to come in with an unarmed strike.
Alrighty.
And he's gonna crack him right on the back of the head. He's trying to knock him out, so he's going for non-lethal damage.
Okay. 18. That's going to hit.
Go.
All right.
That's 8.
Solid funk.
And he is definitely dazed at that.
Still standing though.
Still standing.
No.
Flurry of blows.
There we go.
He's gonna as he hits with that, he's going to turn and he's gonna stomp on the back of his leg, like kind of on the like right below the knee, back of his knee there.
All right.
15.
So with that, he uses his reaction to reach around with his whip, coil and hit your leg and yank it off course. It does not hit.
Oh.
And just he uses the momentum and does a full turn and comes around and backhands him right across the head, or attempts to backhand him across the head.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the dice.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Just failed to connect.
Yeah, he comes around and just swings it there.
Biffs it.
So
Yes,
as you are coming around, he reaches and manages to shove your arm to knock you further off balance, which gives him, which keeps you from making an opportunity attack as he disengages and moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and off the map,
Oh.
and he's gone.
Oh, so close.
So
Yep.
are we out of initiative?
We are now out of initiative, and
And Nyril is out of
Nyril
commission.
is still, yeah.
Snarl's
So
not
I
feeling
got
hot.
actually we do need to complete this round, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Keela, You are
5,
up.
10. Let me see here.
And I mean, there's a pressing reason why we need to complete this round.
Yes. Uh-oh. 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, I can actually use my dash to get over here. But I don't
Yay.
think I can use a potion on you because I used my
So,
extra dash.
as a rogue, you have cunning actions, which
Woo!
let you dash as a bonus action.
Excellent!
Yay.
Keela is going to pry open Nirel's mouth and dump a potion healing down his throat.
Woohoo.
And so
All
I
right.
believe here's the hit points you're going to get from that. And then I'll remove that one from my inventory. Well, could be
That's not bad.
worse.
Yeah,
You're
that's
not
pretty
dead.
good.
Nothing.
That's actually average.
I'll take it.
Yay.
All right.
Yay!
And Niall's gonna just drink down and then like kind of gasp and cough, and he's still not looking great.
Rakaw will continue over to Nyril and kind of extend a feathered wing to help him get up. And at whatever point Nyril accepts it, Rakaw will cast Cure Wounds on him.
Ooh.
All right, I think Niall's gonna he's a bit dazed, so he's gonna take a moment to realize that Rakaw's trying to help, but once he realizes it, he will accept the wing to lift him up. So
Have some heals.
yay. Whee. Oh, that's much better. Let it go. Where's Scrag? Nirel's, he's picking up his sword. He looks horrible, but he's absolutely willing to fight.
The foe has fled, mon capitaine.
You let him get away?
Not for lack of trying.
Blast. Scummy little. Of course he got away. I think Nirel's going to kind of march back down towards the rest of the farm and survey everything that's going on there.
All right. So the hedges have basically been frozen in shock and terror through this entire ordeal, but you hear a humming sound getting angrier and angrier as several hives worth of bees are working their way up, having been drawn by the commotion. The farmer turns and shouts back to his family, "Amanda, quick, get the honey!" Amanda, his wife, rushes into the house, comes out with a jar, which she rushes to extend to the farmer. And he opens it up, takes out a smear on his fingers, and holds it up. And all the bees swarm around him, almost like a protective blanket, instantly pacified. And as they settle all around him, crawling in and around and through his quills, he walks slowly back toward their hives and then carefully smears the honey on each of the boxes holding their homes, and the bees return safely and quietly.
Oof.
And he sighs relief.
Rakaw will give a gentle wave and say, "Hello, bees."
Yeah, I don't think they understand you, but hello, just the same. Oh, we were right lucky you happened along when you did.
I do not believe luck was behind it. But regardless of luck or fate questions, we were here. Are you well?
Uh, I think so. Amanda, Luca, Marcy, and the family nods their assent, and then the wife is looking over at Nyril. Oh my goodness, you're hurt. Here, I've got something for that. And then she's going to come over with a healer's kit and is going to try to add some healing to what you've already received. That's going to be another 7 healing for you.
Oh.
I can't thank you enough. I don't know what those bandits were going to do. I don't know where they came from.
Well, luckily you have an expert here to explain everything. He kind of glances at Nyrel, and then comes back over to his quarry down here that he knocked out.
Thank you, ma'am. It's much appreciated. Unfortunately, since that one got away, pretty much means more of them will be back. So, I'd recommend you and your family pack up what you can and head over to Stonemoss Abbey. They'll be taking people in behind the walls, keeping them safe there.
Stonemoss, that's miles away. We'd probably be better off packing up and heading up to Maplecrest.
I won't think so, no. There's a bandit army coming in from the northeast. Actually,
Army?
directly from the east. I reckon Maplecrest is probably one of the main targets, but they already done threaten the Abbey.
And the husband and wife share a troubled look back toward their children. Well, I mean, if what we just saw wasn't enough, we've heard of bandits hitting some of the other farms nearby. I hoped we were small enough they wouldn't take notice, but oh, this year's just gone from bad to worse. I was hoping to bring a harvest into the name day feast, but harvests weren't good this year. Won't take too much to pack up what produce we have. I guess Stonemoss is as good as any.
You definitely be safe there.
Oh, I hope so. I just wish there were a proper way we could thank you. And Amanda says, there may be. Hang on. She disappears back into the house, comes out with 2 more jars of the same honey, and takes hands one of the jars to Nyril, says, go on, have a taste. You could look like you could right use it.
Thank you kindly. He's gonna go ahead and basically just use his fingers because there's nothing else to scoop with, and get a good scoop and good taste.
Do what he does best.
And as you taste, the honey is crystal sweet on your tongue. It is deep and rich and rejuvenating, and you actually feel the weight of that poison lift as the honey has neutralized it.
Mm.
So
Ah,
this honey has the same effect as the lesser restoration spell,
ooh.
which means that it can cure, I believe it's blinded, deafened, poisoned. Oh, there's one other thing, and also any one disease.
Nice.
And the farmer is going to say, "Oh, that's that's our specialty. The one thing that still produced. The bees always do good work for us. It's wonderful in tea, great in a sore throat, and I mean, it's good for multiple uses. Also, really good at calming insects down. Settles them right down, even the big ones. Sometimes when the pack beetles get upset, we just give them a little, and that they just settle in.
Well, I rightly appreciate it. It's a mighty fine gift.
It's not equal to the gift you've given us. Who are you?
Well, I'm Captain Nyril Forms, Pledge Guard of Regulars. This here's Keeler, the Ember Guard. The tall fella next year, his name's Rakar. He's from Humblewood, rather like me. And the fox's name is Theron.
Oh, Humblewood. That's a long way away. I don't think I've ever met someone from that far.
Now you met two. I mean, we didn't done know each other before, today, but still.
Well, you mean not everyone in Humblewood knows each other?
No, it's bloody huge.
I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I'm Thurmond Quilberry. It's my lovely wife Amanda, my two children, Luca and Marcy. And well, this is what's left of our farm. I guess we'll just have to wait for this bandit plague to blow over. What about you? What are you going to do?
Niall's going to look around at the group, and I guess he's going to attempt to de facto take the leadership position here. Well, we're off to Maple Crest to get a certain sword. See if we can handle this old mess.
Sword. And the Amanda says, Sword of Gaspard?
Be the one. The folks down at the Abbey reckon that's what we need.
That's at the Cathedral. Been there. My uncle is a rector there. I think he keeps the relics. Father Erasmus.
Erasmus. You think he'd let us in if we told him you sent us?
I mean, he's a great deal more important than any of us are, but tell him you saved our lives, and I'm sure that'll put you in good for him. I mean, if it's that important, I'm sure he'll want to help you out.
Much obliged. But, like I said, I think you and your family better get to packing. And tell you what, we'll clear these bodies off your fields for you. That way, just in case more come through, they don't see them and, burn the place down in revenge.
Yeah, please do that so that doesn't happen. We're just going to pack. Go ahead and go about your business. Thank you again. And they are going to gather up their children and head into the house. And you have the field.
Theron's just got the flat of his sword, and he's smacking this guy on the side of the head. Come on now.
Nyril's going to come down too.
Rise and shine.
Yeah, Keela's gonna come
No, Mom,
stand
just
over.
5 more minutes.
Yep.
Oh.
Nyril's going to give him a swift kick in somewhere that hurts.
Oh.
Ooh.
You didn't have to do that, mate.
I don't know. I think I did.
Oh.
So,
All right. Fair cop. You got me. What do you want now?
I reckon that you can give us a nice bit of information. Like, where are you all stationed? How many of you are there? You know, movement plans, that sort of thing.
I mean, with the forward scouts, there's a few parties of us combing around the farmlands. I don't know where they all are. Scrag was heading up this, so I was just following his lead. We don't know these lands well. I couldn't tell you where the army is now. Scrag was supposed to know.
Yeah, but Scrag done run off and left you now, didn't he? He's real good at that.
Blackguard.
He always manages to disappear when things go bad, and your mates.
And he really bosses you around, too. They think he's so high and mighty just because he's got that wooden eye.
Yes, the eye. What is it?
I don't know. Gift from the boss man? I mean, if you can call poking out his old eye a gift.
You certainly seem to think it was valuable.
So what? Scrag goes up against this boss man and gets his tail beat in battle and eye plucked out. Is that how it happens?
No. I mean, we was in the western reaches of Humblewood, near the Scorched Grove. This stag with a group of bandits comes out of nowhere, rolls through the camp. We didn't even stand a chance against him. Told us to join him or die. Well, we saw the way the wind was blowing. Scrag was one of the few who actually opposed him. Well, that fight didn't last long before he took a blade to the eye, went down on his knees, and then that stag, he's got a wooden arm, reached out with it, touched Scrag on the eye socket, and an eyeball grew out of his hand and filled the socket. It is the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Hila kind of looks to her car. You ever heard of any kind of magic like that?
DM, have I ever heard of any magic like that?
Go ahead and make a Arcana check. All right, so you are well familiar with various kinds of magical healing, including greater restoration, which can even restore lost body parts. But this seems to be something beyond that. Not only able to restore the old function, but there seemed to be some magical property to the eye. The fact that it was wooden and able to move, he was able to see through it, and from your brief interaction, he was able to see through Keela's hiding spot a couple times. So there definitely is some magical component to this that is outside your expertise.
I know little of this magic. Some things I observed. The eye sees very keenly, but what all it could do, I can only guess.
Well, that seems to be his thing, the stag. You impress him, he busts you down a peg, and then he gives you that peg right back.
Loyalty bought with power.
And of course, Greg's Scragg's used to getting busted down a peg or two, so I figure that suited him just fine.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I wasn't wetting me pants in terror at the time, I probably would have enjoyed it myself.
You know, there's some things you don't have to tell us.
That was an overshare, wasn't it?
That
Just
does
a tad.
explain the smell. And Rakah starts prestidigitationing his crotch area. And by the way, now that he's level 4, prestidigitation takes the form of like just a bunch of a little flock of sparrows just flies in with like mops and buckets and brooms and starts cleaning up the area and then flies off.
Niall just blinks, like, what? Then shakes his head. So wait, so you was with Scrag before this stag came along,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so and he was the leader of your group? He report to someone else?
I mean, we all have a structure. We all have each camp has someone we report to. You know, we all don't get to find out. Scrag leaves every now and then to attend meetings of the bandit chiefs. But you know, we survived by not having a clear trail linking us. Didn't stop the stag though. He'd been seemed like he'd been sweeping through Humblewood, mopping up bandit camps as he went, just building his army out of them.
Do you have any word on where he came from?
He said something. Knight of Elkholm or something.
Alkheim?
That's the one. So, Rakah likely doesn't know anything about Alkheim. The Nyril probably has picked up some information, but Theron and Keela, as natives of the Embershire, you definitely know. Alkheim was one of the original settlements in the valley and was a city of significance, a center of industry and forging and craftsmanship. The taking advantage of some of the geothermal properties of the region to power their forges. But when the Great Calamity came and scorched the north side of the valley, turning it into the ashlands, Alkheim was completely lost, absolutely ruined by the flames, rendered uninhabitable. This was over 200 years ago.
There shouldn't be anyone from there. They're gone. They've been gone. I know he said it when he was showing up in the Abbey, but that's just ridiculous.
Reckon it's more for show then. You know, throw about some names, get people believing you're something you're not. Not a bad tactic.
I think we should embrace the possibility that he is what he says.
What makes him some supernatural ancient force? He walks, he can die.
Perhaps so, but not many individuals can regrow an eye from nothing.
I hate to agree with our long-eared friend here, but I would be curious to see if he could regrow a head.
Well,
He's,
Well, good luck with that. I mean, stronger people than you have tried. I mean, no offense. You're stronger than me.
That's a good point.
So he's grown his army, come out of Humblewood, but I done never heard of him. I'm from there. So, I'm guessing if yous was under Scrag, takes you a few months to get here. So Scrag was over your group for what? 3, 4 months before this stag fella comes along? That sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, I was a transfer from the East Coast, so that was about. I mean, he was already in charge when I got there.
You came a long way to be a bandit somewhere else.
Yeah, well, got to stay ahead of the perch guard. I was bloody happy to see another one of you around. He glares at Nyril a little bit.
Oh, he's just an irregular.
Ah, that makes sense.
Well, you
Still,
think you come for easy pickings? Find the Ember Guards just as capable.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my idea to come here, lady.
Then allow us to present you with the idea to leave. And Rakah, although normally sort of just lightly impassive, gives a stern eyebrow.
That sounds capital.
no,
Oh,
no, you ain't leaving.
what?
No, mate. You made this bed. You lie in it. You're going to be joining your friends in the ground.
Wait. I mean, I helped you. I told you what you wanted to know.
Yeah, you did. And for that, we're thankful. Unfortunately, now you'll be able to tell others what they want to know. And, can't be having that. Can't be having that at all.
Arrest me. I'm under arrest, right? You have to take me to jail.
Rakah is going to interpose himself between Nyril and the poor son of a bum. There is no need for further aggression today.
Oh, there's need, Feathers. There's need, trust me. You don't know bandits like I do. This one, yeah, he'll start to run a little bit, but as soon as his mates find him, then he'll be like, oh, let me tell you all the things I can tell you. And they'll spill everything he knows about us. And it's not going to go well. The only safe way is if we kill him here and now.
I propose a middle ground. So, you,
Yeah?
I think your best course of action right now is to prove how useful you are. So, your buddies have littered the ground in this poor farm, and they need to be disposed of. So, I think, me and my compatriots take a little break, patch a few wounds, and you can start digging 3 holes.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. I'll do that right quick. I'm really good at digging. You will be amazed at how I can dig a hole.
And Theron kind of looks around. Anyone have a problem with that?
The problem I have is he's not digging 4.
I do not condone an execution of this nature.
Can't say I do either. May not be the most prudent thing, but I ain't
Tell
one
you.
to kill a man in cold blood.
I'll tell you what, you won't have to. I will.
Ain't that stand aside while it's happening either.
if this piece of trash gets out and gets back to his mates, informs on what's going on, that'll be on your head.
Could always disarm him. Give the weapons there to, well,
Give them to the family here. They can take them back to the Abbey.
that's what
Weapons
I'm
will be
thinking.
useful there.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. He gets back there. They let him know. They can throw him in the brig.
Yeah, we could take him to Maple Crest with us. Carry our things.
I would caution against that idea. We need to move quickly. An extra with dubious loyalty might prove unwieldy.
I can move quickly.
You know,
I'm really
maybe
good on
the
my
Abbey
feet.
will, maybe the Abbey will show you some restraint if you act as caretaker of this lovely family here. Make up for what you wronged.
Oh, I will. I swear on. I swear on my mum's grave.
Where's your mum buried?
I don't know.
That's
I'm not
a
actually
good
not
thing
sure
to
she's
swear on.
dead.
It's not much of a swear, but
Rakaa is going to turn around and like full on stare the bandit down. And then he's going to start casting thaumaturgy and his eyes are going to glow. And his beak is not going to move, but everybody is going to hear like this booming loud voice. It's distinctly Rakaa. He's going to say, "You will behave." And after the voice speaks, a little goose head pokes out from Rakaw's leg, and then it leans back and he says, "Or else."
I will. I swear. I mean, choose something for me to swear on. I'll swear on it.
Rakaw will lean his staff and say, "Swear on the head of this symbol of Gazmi."
Uh,
Do it.
I will. I was never really good at letters and numbers and things that Gazmi likes, but all right, I'll swear on the head of Gazmi, staff, whatever you said. I'll behave. I'll see that family safely to Stonemoss, and then I'll do whatever they need me to do. Please don't kill me.
what?
Rakaw will drop the thaumaturgy effects, and the little goose head will kind of nod in satisfaction, and then duck back behind Rakaw's leg.
Well,
Right, so I'll start digging some graves. And he's going to cautiously get up and move over to the side of the road. And he actually stoops and starts digging with his paws. And then, could I have a shovel?
yes, a nice hedge family.
So he is going to look over there, and he's going to keep on digging with his paws.
Niall's going to look back to the others and say, "If you're not going to kill him, at least let me take his tongue."
No,
Are you not taking this seriously?
we're not
I
in
don't
this
even
to
know who you
murder
are.
and maim. It's not how you accomplish anything. We're not spreading fear.
After seeing what she did with that crossbow, I'm going to say she's taking things pretty seriously.
These were bandits. They were looking to enslave these people. They all deserve death.
Everyone deserves a second chance.
Not Scrag.
Well, this ain't Scrag, is it?
This one worked for him. It's close enough.
No, it's not. We come across your rat friend again. That's a different story.
He's not my friend.
And yet, you seem to know him very well. What was it the name was? Derwin? Who was that, and how did Scrag know them?
This Niral's gonna start looking a bit defensive, but also a little bit torn. He's gonna look around at the others and Derwin were, well, he was someone I cared about a great deal. He's finally gonna just admit it. You were my boyfriend, okay? And I think Scrag, part of the reason he done got killed. So yeah,
I see.
I kind of want Scrag dead.
Well, you come across him again? Let's fix this problem of him living. But this'n, Caleb motions back towards that one. He gets his chance.
I love Stern Keela, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
I should have listened to Derwin. He always said Scrag was no good. Guess I was soft back then. Not anymore.
Well,
No,
we have a time limit on how long we can stay here.
It's
I think
true.
it best if we examine the bodies for any useful implements and then head out.
Probably the best. There's the fear of the gods you put into that one. I think we can leave him to his task.
Ah, yes. Every so often I think back to that little performance I put on. Hummingbird and Pelican, I think it was, the authors. And then I get a little fancy.
He certainly did that. Keela's just like, no, no more stories. She goes over here and starts checking out the red crossbowman corpse.
All right. So let's have everyone roll an investigation check if you're all, or anyone who's participating in the searching of bodies.
man,
Whoa.
I'm rolling real bad today.
Fine stuff.
All right. So, yeah, Nyril is a little preoccupied by what just happened, and Raka also seems to be not really thinking like a bandit where they would hide their good stuff. You definitely both managed to find they've got armor. The thug has a fairly cheap leather cuirass, which is why their AC is so bad. The crossbow wielder actually has a pretty nice chain shirt. It's definitely seen better days. It's not in great shape, but you figure you probably could sell it for something.
Okay.
And then there are the weapons. The two maces from each of the thugs, the two crossbows from each of the crossbowmen. Again, pretty beaten up, definitely very used, but you might be able to sell them for something if you wanted. Keela, rooting through, manages to find some hidden pockets, and in them pulls out a total of 30 gold pieces,
Wow.
a gold ring that looks like it probably could fetch 10 gold, and surprisingly, tucked into a spot where you would think something really valuable would go, an unassuming small tin whistle, about 3 inches long. It was one of the crossbowmen who had that.
Interesting. Keela's definitely gonna hang on to that whistle.
Does Keela mention that she has found the whistle to anybody?
Yes, of course. Like completely open and honest about everything that was found.
I'll, if we have the time, Rakaw can take a moment to use his appraising eye to get a sense of what the whistle may do.
Ooh. Is that a long cast time or is it a quickie?
It doesn't actually say. It's just like an ability.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look at this.
That's
This
true.
is
You are a Corvid, so I would assume you are good with shinies.
uh-huh.
I was just
Yeah,
gonna say,
so
it's just a bloody whistle, mate. So he can signal his friends. Not uncommon.
So yeah, by
Keep
spending an
looking.
action examining an object, so really no more than 6 seconds, you can
Nice.
determine any magical properties the item has, how they might be used or activated, as well as a fair estimation of market price. Using this skill strains the eye. You must complete a long or short rest before you can use it again.
Right.
So, as you turn this whistle over in your feathered fingers, you realize this is no ordinary whistle. And I'm going to send through Discord what this whistle can do.
Aha.
So there's the link to the item in D&D
Secrets.
Beyond.
While they're examining the whistle, Darren's going to come over, and while this guy's furiously pawing at the ground, he's going to reach down and rip a bit off the side of his shirt there and take that. Start wiping the blood and everything off his sword.
You need any more?
Yeah, not yet.
And out of that 30 gold, Keela is going to give Rakaw 7, Theron 7, Nyril 8, and keep 8 for herself.
Oh. I was
That
gonna
way.
Seven.
look at it.
See how
Huh,
it is.
You're a monk. You
for
don't have
pointing.
expensive tastes.
Oh, thank you, Lady Keela. This whistle is a little unusual.
Is it now?
It seems to allow somebody to hear the whistle regardless of where they may be, as long as they are not too far away. It is like a quick signal that only the other person or creature can hear.
Interesting.
Like I
It
said,
is-
it's a signal whistle so he can signal his mates. Just a fancy one.
Yes, fancy indeed. We can talk more about how it works as we go, but it may be helpful. We will see.
And
Gonna
you
turn
can
away
feel free
anything.
to. I'll go ahead and drop that link into the chat also. But just for the benefit of our viewers, this whistle essentially works like the cantrip message. If you blow on it, no one hears anything except for your intended target. If they're within 120 feet, that target will hear a very piercing, high-pitched tone. You can penetrate certain solid objects if you know the target is there, and the tone can travel around corners and through gaps. There are a few things that can block it.
Yeah, Keela's definitely going to hang on to that because the potential for that being used by someone scouting ahead and then being able to signal to the rest of the group behind sounds like a really handy dandy thing.
Yep.
I could think of at least one other rogue that would like one.
Well, he's not here.
But Bernard would like this too. And yes, I have realized I am accidentally using the Bug Bernard icon.
I did see that.
So I will fix that during the break.
All right.
I'm so used to it, I didn't even notice.
Plus, it's Mitch's art style, so it blends right in.
Doesn't it though?
So
Oh, years
the
get shorter.
the thug has already completed one grave, and it starts dragging one of the despoiled bandit brethren into the said grave. Doesn't seem to be showing too much care. These guys definitely weren't close.
Uh-oh.
And begins working on the next grave. And you see the hedgehogs begin to emerge, carrying goods, carrying bundled food, whatever they could, and loading up a wagon. And they attach, actually not one, but two beetles to the wagon.
All right.
The other one
Keela
comes.
will be going up
Is it-
to Thurmond and offering either one of the maces or one of the crossbows as kind of insurance against our new friend over there.
Oh, well, thanks.
Ex-
That's right kind of you. Been a while since I used one of these. And lines it up, sights it in, and fires a bolt, which dead centers one of the fence posts. Still got the
Oh.
neck, it seems.
Well, seems that'll serve you just well. It's probably best if you arm yourself a little bit on the way.
Right,
And that
well,
one there, he'll be going with you. I told him to take care of you.
And if it gives you any trouble, I'll just treat him like that fence post there.
Exactly.
easy enough. Thank you again.
And I do mean any trouble.
Oh, right. Sure. And they
Don't make it weird, Captain.
and they're packing up everything, including the beehives and the bees.
Oh, cool.
And they're
course.
going to make their way down the road as the bandit has finished burying his compatriots, and he's sitting a little dejectedly in the back and looking nervously at the bees flying over past his ears. They disappear down the road, and you are once again alone.
Real quick point of order before they left. Baron was just gonna kind of get one-on-one with him for a minute and kind of almost under his breath go. Just a quick word to the wise. When you get to Stonemoss, you find the Ember Guard there named Skola. You tell her everything that's happened and everything you've ever done. And if you leave anything out or you lie to her, I'm gonna warn you, she'll know, and it'll be that much more severe. So complete honesty, full truth. Tell her everything, even if it seems like she doesn't want to hear any more about it. You keep talking. Understand?
I swear on that goose thing.
And in the
Good man.
distance, you hear a loud honk.
And Darren gives him a quick little pat on the cheek. Good man. Do as you're told.
Geese, of course, do have +10 to intimidation.
Mhm.
All right.
Naturally.
All right then.
So, what would you guys like to do? Let's actually take a peek at your world map.
Back to our.
You guys are at Quillberry Farm. You're
Oh, I
one
guess.
hex away from Maple Crest.
Yeah, I guess we're heading to Maple Crest then, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And
What time of day is it roughly?
it is it's getting into the evening.
Okay.
And that's actually one other thing. Do you guys want to rest up before you move?
Well, how long did it take him to dig those bodies? Could that be a short rest?
I could give you a short rest.
Yay.
So all right, so we'll say it's probably about 5 p.m. right now.
Okay.
So it's late summer. The sun's still fairly high, but you can see it's tracking toward the western horizon.
I'm gonna roll
Say,
some hit die here on the short rest.
That's what I was aiming for.
Probably a good idea.
I don't think I need to actually push anything.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
gonna roll
hit
some
anyway.
more. 9.
I'll hit the short rest button anyway. Just refresh anything
Okay.
there.
Yay.
Yay, hit dice.
Oh, I didn't roll my hit die.
Hmm.
I might have to do it manually. There you go.
That's 6. Come on
I
now,
don't think
give me one more.
I don't think Ricard or I took any damage. We hung back that whole time. We did it the way we're supposed to.
We're good back row fighters.
Benefits of the back line.
Mhm. Ragnar thinks it was calling him. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Move along to Maplecrest.
Okay, ready?
All
We'll
right.
get along, little doggies.
Think we're ready.
So you get back on the road, and you really are in probably the most civilized quarter of the Embershire. There's really no reason to fear for wild beasts. You have a clear view all around you. And as you leave the Quillberry Farms behind you, you notice the land ahead of you resembles a patchwork quilt of farmland next to woodland, next to wild-grown meadows, sprinkled with small settlements, homesteads, and hunting lodges. This region is the breadbasket of Embershire, bordered by 2 great tributaries to the east and the west, by the mighty Emberflow River to the north. As you crest a gently rolling hill, you can see its crown jewel, the city of Maplecrest, a sprawl of stone brick buildings and tiled roofs in blue, red, and yellow, safely surrounded by a wall of white sandstone, studded with watchtowers and gatehouses. Banners of brilliant red and gold hang from the parapets. Just beyond the city, shimmering like a ribbon of gold in the evening light, is the Emberflow River itself, nearly a mile across at this point, its surface dotted with boats bringing in a late catch, and far on the horizon to the north, the smoky gray smudge of the ashlands on the river's north bank. Roads converge as you draw closer to the city. Dust rises from beetle-drawn wagons hurrying their way to the gates. A few have armed passengers who watch your party warily as they pass by. As you approach the gatehouse, the sparse traffic becomes a queue, and you can see each group is being stopped and questioned by the guard before they can enter the city. You fall into line. You can see up ahead of you is a very stocky, solidly built female beaver and a quick-footed, small male mockingbird. Both of them wearing the red and gold liveries of the North Watch, the Ember Guard that is based in Maplecrest.
Nyrol's going to step back a bit so that Keela can take point on that.
Yep.
All right. So as you shuffle forward, it's your turn in line, and the beaver, who is has some very small spectacles perched on her very broad nose, is working her way through a ledger, and you can tell she's asked these questions hundreds of times today and is getting pretty sick and tired of it by now. Says, right. Well, before we go in, we have some questions we have to ask you. Could you please identify yourselves and state your business in Maplecrest?
Keela, with the South Watch. We're here on a mission, coming through from Stonemoss.
And when you say your name, the mockingbird actually perks up. Well, Keela, I know that name. Yeah, Keela, you're wind touched, aren't you? You're really wind touched? That's so cool. I've only met one bird folk who was wind touched before, and they were really old and cranky. But But you're a guard just like us. That's so amazing. Oh, you must be super amazing at guarding things and tracking stuff. Or fighting monsters. Do you fight monsters? We don't get any monsters in the North Watch, but I bet you get them all the time in South Watch. Do you?
Gnarl's gonna lean forward and say, well, she did just lay at a few bandits with that crossbow of hers. Clean kills.
Wow! And the beaver rolls her eyes. Lay off, Nimbus.
Keela just looks a little Roman like, "Oh, I- uh, 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 yes. I suppose so to all the above.
Right, so if you don't mind my asking, what is the nature of your mission? Do you have to write something for the boss man, you know?
Well, the abbot, he sent us here. And, well, we've come for the sword.
Sword? What sword? We got lots of swords.
The sword, I'm afraid.
Oh, the sword. No, not following.
And he was like, oh.
And Nimbus, the mockingbird, is saying, "Oh, she's talking about the sword of Gaspard. That sword. It's so cool. I've seen it. I mean, it might be a replica, but it's in the cathedral. You're
Yeah.
actually going to get the sword. Oh my goodness! And you're going to wield it because you're wind touched. That's amazing."
Well,
I'm not real good with the sword. Well, I mean, I might be all right, but that's not here now. But we are here for the sword.
We also bear a warning.
Oh yeah.
Yes, quite right.
What's that?
Well, you see, the East Watch, it's gone. It's been taken. And
Taken.
there's an army of bandits. Well, probably heading right for you guys, honest.
Oh, the 12.
Now you see why we seek the sword.
It's no laughing matter. Amadea, she's, well, I guess was dead. Now, not dead, but with the enemy.
I don't understand how. Ah,
It's some sort of stag. He's saying he's from Alkheim, which is
what?
I don't even.
Okay, this is way above my pay grade. You need to talk to Captain Thistlebrush right
Right.
away. In the North Watchtower, you'll find him in the center of town. There, he's been trying to coordinate with all the all the people who've been coming in talking about bandit attacks. It's been a madhouse, and we're trying to keep watch when everybody comes in, make sure that we're not letting in the wrong sort. There have been some reports of suspicious activity at night. Shifty figures moving around, not sure what they're up to. So, trying to make sure.
It's on
mean
near the
the,
front of it. Yeah.
The North Watch Tower here in the city, or do you mean the ruins of the old North Watch?
Oh no, tower in the city. I mean,
Oh, good.
it was built about 50 years ago, but I mean, couldn't use the one in the north of the river anymore. Of course not.
Well,
But is that Theron? Oh, I haven't seen you in a grasshopper's age. What? I think last time I saw you was. And she motions down, probably around Keela's level.
it's been quite some time.
Yeah. Well, it's good to have you back.
It's wonderful to be back.
That's right. You're from here, ain't you?
Yeah. And you can tell his mood is slightly dampened.
Ah, well, if you're from here, it means you can show us all around, can't you? That'll be just lovely.
I mean,
Niles grinning. It's not
maybe
a
you've
friendly
only
grin.
been to Maple Crest once or twice. You probably know where the tower is better than I do.
Sure.
Well, with your two blessing, or at least approval, both of us will head on then.
Right. Well, good luck and thanks for the news, even if it's not good news. Obviously, we need to prepare for what's coming. Best
Definitely.
of luck on your quest.
Prepare for some possible refugees coming up from the south, too. We ran into a spot of trouble down at Quillberry Farm.
Good to
Bandits
know.
handled most of them.
Well, that's a few less for us to handle then. Well, go on in. You all check out.
All right. Oh, Theron. Since we's in your hometown, why don't you lead the way? Show us around. It'll be grand.
All right. and I
Hila's
think-
looking between the two of them, she knows she's obviously missed a little something here. It's it's on the tip of her beak, but she's not quite grasping it.
All right. I think that's probably a good spot to take our break. Because it's just about 9
Alrighty.
o'clock.
Excellent.
8 o'clock Central.
8 o'clock on
Yeah.
your part of the country. So
Yep.
It's 7:57 here.
mhm.
Well, I'm sorry
Right,
if you're living in the
close enough.
past.
I will turn it back over to Mitch.
Alrighty.
Yep.
We're going to take a 10-minute break and be back here, probably kick it back off at 8:10 Central and 9:10 Eastern. So, sound good?
Sounds good. Sounds great.
Alrighty. Cool. I will pull it back to me and chat. I'll be with you shortly. Here we go. Do. Boonk. Alrighty, chat. Man. This is going along pretty good. I'm very, very happy that Nyril did not die at the very beginning. If you were here last time, you might remember he was down to 1 hit point. So yeah, that was close. But let me go back through chat here and see what's going on. I haven't had much of a chance to read it as we've been going. Oh, and I do need to fix my avatar. That is right. Let me fix that here. Let's see here. Avatar. I have to exit the game to fix it. Do. Avatar. My profile. Change image. Sorry, this will take me just a moment here. There we go. Come on. You can do it, computer. Yay. Alrighty. Nova says, I certainly have a knack for putting Nyril in the line of fire. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's a fighter. That's what he does. And, oh dear, hang on, I gotta ban another bot. There we go. That is a bot gotten rid of. Gotten pretty good at that now. I do have an auto filter now, so it gets rid of most of them. But yeah, hopefully it won't be a problem. But Rastar says, I don't even want to tell you where Scragg's hit points were at the end there. I'm pretty sure they were low. And oh my gosh, Nyril absolutely. Oh, he's so furious that he got poisoned and had disadvantage on all his attacks. He wanted to lay into these guys so bad. Oh man, oh man, oh man. There's not much worse than being a fighter and knowing you're not going to be able to hit anything, and that's all you can do. You can hit things. But yeah, there's more to that story to come out too, so that should be pretty fun. But how you guys enjoying it so far? Nomad says Third said a few TVMA words when Scrag got away. I imagine. Oh, and if Nyril had not been, doing death saves, oh, he would have been saying things I can't say on this channel too. Absolutely. Dwayne says, what even is my accent? You know what? I don't know, and I don't know what mine is either. It's just kind of there. Quetchery just said, my roommate just said, fun. So, thankfully, Nyril's no longer poisoned, so hopefully he'll actually be able to hit the broadside of a barn. That is, unless the dice, continue to hate me, which they kind of have. Yeah, Nova, we're going to keep that honey around for the next run-in with Scrag, and Nyril is not letting Scrag get away yet again. He's got a history with that rat, and that rat is going down. That is for sure. So, you guys might have also noticed we have a cool new screen. It's the kind of the 5-up screen, so it's got all of us and the little character image down at the bottom with some stats on it. For those of you who like stats and things like that, just figure we'd change it up here and there so we're not always looking at the same screen, not just the map when we're doing more theater of the mind. So, Taffer says the dice are always fickle. Yeah, except they hate Nyril. Nova says, out of curiosity, is the name Scrag paying homage to the vermin of the same name in the Redwall books? So Scrag's name is inspired by the theming of vermin in Redwall. I was not aware that there was one named Scrag that I could remember, or that Rastavar could remember either. Both of us are fans of Redwall. That's actually how we met in the first place. But I don't think either of us remembered there actually was one named Scrag. Otherwise, we would have changed it. Nyril's name just kind of came out of nowhere. It's kind of like a oldie worldy version of Nigel, I guess. There we go. Rastor says, I was definitely going for a Redwall sounding name, but hoping I didn't land on an actual one. Yeah, exactly. Nova says, the one in the book spelled with a C, so we're in the clear. Oh, okay. Phew. Thank goodness. But I can also run through some of the full screen images of characters if y'all want with their current info. I've got, oops, no, I can't do it on this screen. Never mind. Yeah, Rastor says he's much more of an homage to another rat that likes whips and poison barbs. Yeah, Nyril is not a fan of that poison barb. Nope, nope, nope. Mm-mm. So, I'm having a lot of fun in this campaign. I really want to see where it goes next. I'm now able to look at the map of the next area, and oh my gosh, it's going to be a treat. This is going to be a fun session. Nova says, is there a life counter on the map screen for each character? Am I just blind? There's not a life counter, no. There's a turn order, so it's basically who's next kind of thing. But there's not a like life meter or anything like that. So it's just those numbers on that list are for the turn order. So it's the initiative order or initiative rolls. Mega says, what do you get when you mix a 4-leaf clover with poison ivy? A rash of good luck. Oh dear. we can't leave the puns out. We just can't. It's a stream here. They're gonna happen. And I hope you all are enjoying the interaction between the different characters. I am absolutely loving Rakaw and his spell casting. Typically, you know, when you play a mage of some sort, and you're like, I cast Firebolt, and you just, fire at them, or I cast this, and you recite it just the way it is in the book. But I love that he's done his own spin on it, and it's got character to his magic, which is very, very different from how I played a wizard. I played a wizard in a long-running campaign that got up to level 17, which is crazy. But for all the stuff that I would like theme his magic around sewing and fashion, because he was a tailor and a fashion wizard, I never got to that level. It never occurred to me. So I love that. And I love Keela's kind of shyness, but also boldness that just kind of swap here and there. They don't really find a happy medium. It's one or the other, and it's great. And now seeing Theron looking uncomfortable, oh my gosh, Nyril is going to delight in this way too much. As you can probably tell, Nyril and Theron maybe not the best of friends. Noah says, it's painfully suspenseful not knowing how many points Nyril had left. Yeah, he was at 1 at the beginning of the session. He used Second Wind and got... How else did he get a heal? He got another heal somehow else that I'm now forgetting. I'm going to have to go back and watch the session again. But he got enough hit points back. Yes, also by leveling up. Yes, this is true. He got some extra hit points out of that. But he had enough where I could justify him being in the fight because I reckoned I could take 1 or 2 good hits. And I did, and then I took a third. And the third was 1 point too many. So, yeah. But if I were to play it smart, Nyril would have backed off and gotten out of the fight, took another healing potion and whatnot. But that's not what Nyril would do, especially not directly against Scrag. When they have a history like the two of them do, Nyril wasn't going to back off, even if it was a really dumb idea for him to keep engaging. He was going to keep engaging. So, it's one of the things you kind of have to consider when playing a character. It's not just, what's the smart thing to do in this situation? It's really story-wise, what would this character do? And that isn't to say you can get away with doing really stupid things by saying it's the thing your character would do all the time. But in that situation, I couldn't find a reason for Nyril to not continue pursuing him. So that's why that happened. And then Nyril went down. Yeah, Nomad says it gets tense whenever death saves start happening too. Yes, it does. Especially when you're the one having to roll them and you fail. I really didn't want to have to roll a new character in the second session. But alrighty. Rastor says a nat 1 is always a possibility. Yeah, it is. And that would be really bad. Really, really bad. Oh my. But I think it looks like everybody is back and ready. So we can go ahead and get right back into the game here. So we're going to go in. Oh, not yet. Okay, not yet. In that case, you get to be stuck here with me. I can do a dance. Do 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 do. Dab, 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 dab. Is that how you dab? I don't know. Rastor says you're not stuck here with us. We're stuck here with you. Yes, you are. Oh my, but you are. So, yeah, and for those of you pointing out kind of Redwall-ish similarities earlier on in the stream, yes, this game definitely has some Redwall flavor intentionally put into it. Like I've said before, I'm a really big fan of Redwall. Rastavar and I met because of Redwall, so it's kind of a shared thing, and it just kind of fit, and it's kind of fun. It's a good fit for Humblewood. This is a completely original campaign. This is all something that Rastavar came up with by himself and did all the scripting for, and has made all the maps for. So he's done a ton of work on this, and on top of that, he also runs like 3 other games. So yeah, he's a very, very, very busy DM. I don't know how he does it. I am super thankful he has done all this for us, especially so we can play, weekly or as weekly as possible. So we're going to try to stick to that if at all possible. But you know what? If somebody absolutely can't be here, then we'll probably postpone by a week, because it's more fun to play when everybody's here than be missing somebody. Alrighty. Are we ready to go, guys? All right. We'll be heading back to the game in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're back.
Woohoo!
And welcome back, everybody. So you have overcome the team of bandits attacking the farm and pushing Nyril right to the brink of death. You put the fear of the Amaranthine into the one survivor after getting some information out of him about the mysterious warlord who is commanding the bandit army. And now you've made your way to the city of Maple Crest, which is laid out before you here. So you guys are coming in by the Wheat Gate. That's the southwestern gate. And with Theron leading the way, it's not that far to get up to the North Watchtower. Of course, this is not the original North Watchtower. As Keela well knows, the watchtowers in the 4 corners of the Embershire actually predate the settlers who arrived from Humblewood over 200 years ago. But the northernmost of those towers was ruined in the Great Calamity. So to serve as a base for the North Watch, another tower was built in the center of Maple Crest. And rather than a wilderness outpost, it's more of an administrative center. The North Watch is almost more like a police force than a ranger force like the other watches around the valley. You venture out into the streets of Maple Crest, and you find really a surprisingly vibrant and beautiful town. Most of the construction here is stone and stucco with tile roofs. People here remember the fires of the Calamity, and they have tried to keep their cities as safe as possible should the fires ever return. But they also still love the woods, and there is ample green space in the middle of all these buildings, and many, many of the namesake maple trees scattered around that are just beginning to, the leaves are just beginning to tinge some of the signature yellows and reds that gave the Embershire its name. As you pass your way down the streets, you see people going about their lives, pushing carts of goods and food, some performing music on the street corners. You see shops beginning to close as the evening is winding down. You see taverns beginning to fill up. And you do see guards patrolling, looking a little wary after the bandit activity that's been picking up over the recent few days. But soon your path takes you to the North Watch Tower. You're met by another pair of Ember Guards who, after a brief conference with Keela, usher you inside past some offices to a large circular room in the center of the tower where there is a long, cluttered desk and a round table with a map spread out of the entire valley. On the table are several wooden figures that are representing members of the guard, scouting units, and also a few figures in black signifying what they know of the bandit positions so far. Leaning over this map with a scowl is a tall, dark-furred fox. And this should appear on your guys' map. If you, Mitch, you can probably pop it up for the stream. A tall fox in a breastplate and in very fine-looking tunic and trousers underneath. This is Cassius Thistlebrush, captain of the North Watch. And he is very much absorbed in looking over the map before him and moving around the various figures based on what he's heard, the reports coming in, as there are several other members of the North Guard delivering reports. He looks up at your arrival. Well, what's this about then? His eyes dart from Rakaw to Nyril to Keela, finally back to Theron, where they linger, and then back to Keela. Keela of the South Watch.
Yes, sir.
What can you report?
Well, in the immediate, she points a wing at where Quillberry Farms are. You need to add a bandit marker there. Just took some out, but one of them got away. So that's the most recent. The bigger picture, it's a lot might uglier, and you're gonna need a lot more figures. Come from the Abbey. The news is not good, sir. East Watch is gone. There's a bandit army coming. And we've been sent by the abbot to, well, get the sword of Gaspard. And them last-ditch hopes, judging by the size of bandits coming, and their leader, that's what we're gonna need.
And hearing some disturbing reports. This just confirms them. Lost contact with the East Watch some time ago. A few days.
We experienced similar, yeah. I don't know how to say this, but every time I do, it just sounds so wrong. Captain Abadia. So she's, well, I guess as good as dead. And that she did die. And was brought back to life by this man, elk, wood creature. We don't know what he is. But he's the one leading everybody. He's got
Well,
magic. Real
sorry.
magic. The kind that, well, my friend here, Mr. Rakaw, he doesn't know about it. Pour out a bandit's eye, replaced it with a wooden one that worked. I don't know what else to say.
Rakar, was it? What's your credentials here? Where are you from?
I originate from Alderheart in Humblewood. I am on a journey and found myself in Embershire at Stonemoss Abbey when things began to move.
Well, glad to have a magical scholar on hand. If we're dealing with this sort of sorcery.
I know not whether this is sorcery, certainly magical, but beyond my immediate knowledge. It concerns me.
Well, we'll need all the information we can get. All respect to your abbot. I don't really see how one sword is going to make a lot of difference in a war of hundreds. We've got a lot of good swords here as it is. And if this stag is foolish enough to come to Maplecrest, I'll see to it. There's a bounty for every ballista crew on the wall to see which one can bring me his head on a skewer.
I urge caution. At Stonemoss, this Lorik Thornheart was able to manifest his image out of the bark of the, oh shoot, what was it?
The Riven
Riven
Willow.
Willow. Yes. The Riven Willow. If he can do that, he may have use of your surroundings in ways you might not expect.
Oh,
That he commands an army of hundreds, if not thousands. How many bolts you got for those ballistas on the walls?
he could bring 1,000. They'll break on this wall. We have stores to last for a year or more. And we have a lot of good men and women ready to serve, ready to fight for this city.
Sounds like you might need it. I know
Now,
Shimonet's gone.
if they are moving in, probably best if you stay in the walls rather than risk yourselves out on the road again.
No can do, sir. We were told what the four of us were responsible for. I trust your guard. I trust them to keep this place safe. But we gotta do what we can back west.
Yep. So he's just here to get that sword so that this one can apparently use it. Jerking his thumb at Theron.
Theron is completely on the opposite side of the room from this whole conversation. And he's back turned, picking up knickknacks off the shelf, examining them, set them down, turning some things the wrong way.
As he does this, Cassius's eyes keep darting over. He's trying to ignore it. A new hair. It's a perch guard uniform, is it not?
Perch guard irregulars. Aye. Captain Nyril Forms. Pleased to meet you.
Extends a hand or paw.
Nyril will shake it firmly.
Looks down at your sleeve. Captain, why are you wearing lieutenant's bars?
It's rather hard to keep a uniform intact this far from home. To make do with the bits and pieces I could get.
Fair enough. I gather, are you the commanding officer of this outfit?
Theron laughs.
Even Keela looks a little uncomfortable with that.
Blast it, boy! You haven't been here in almost 7 years. Could at least say hello.
Hello. I trust the last 7 years have been peaceful for you.
Hope they've been productive for you. No more of that coasting on your talent? Maybe at least applying yourself? Trying to get some good out of all that high quality education and training you're receiving.
Done well for myself.
Wow.
Do I
Nice.
sense a familial relationship?
Possibly.
That was out loud as recall,
Yes.
by the way.
Oh, yes.
Keela's kind of looking at the two of them and exactly how the captain's regarding there, and is like,
For the 12's sake, boy, are you so ashamed of your family name you've never even spoken it?
that look.
Well, you didn't want to coast by on it. Make my own way. Do you proud?
You are and remain a piece of work. Well,
That is. No arguments here.
He certainly never mentioned anything to me. I was just looking kind of there and like,
right. Well, suppose if you're bound for the sword of Gaspard, is an honor. Certainly for your order. It bears a commendation. Unfortunately, it's not a quest that I can help you with directly. I am quite busy directing my own forces. If you are able to secure the sword, if you wish to lend your assistance, I'll definitely find a place for you. We have need of able-bodied fighters. If you can make it safely back to Stonemoss, very well and good. Again, I must caution you against the dangers on the road with an army. You may be much safer behind these walls.
Real quick, the sword is supposed to be in the Cathedral of the Amaranthine, correct?
That's correct. So you know that Tristan the warrior is buried
Right.
beneath the cathedral. His tomb is there, and the sword is said to be there with his remains.
If you'd like to just give us a little letter, let us into the cathedral, we'll have the sword and I'll be out of your hair.
Fine, I think I can spare a moment to do that. Hurry over, you might be able to catch the rectors before they turn in for the night. Maybe take
Fine.
the sword with you back to the homestead. I guarantee it'll make Thrace jealous.
Homestead.
The
I'll,
Thistlebrush house.
Ah,
Just east of here, really. A few blocks.
Nirel's going to look over at Theron. So we're staying at the old family home. Oh, that'd be lovely.
You were planning on staying there. Weren't going to come here without seeing your mum and your brother and sister?
well, with things being as they are, I didn't want to impose my personal life on my esteemed companions here.
No, we can't let you come this far without seeing your family, Theron. Oh, no, I insist. Yeah, be good for you to catch up.
Oh no.
We have lost somebody, and now the cameras are all wiggity wonkity.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Everything's weird now.
Disney, we're gonna give Tao Spoons a moment to catch up here.
Yeah.
So, I will come back to this screen. Oops.
I'm like,
So that y'all can at least see the map again, and our cameras are all wiggity wonk all over the place.
I mean, that's an interesting collage.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what happens when the feed changes.
We're
There
all
is
a little bit
another
of
system
each
I'm
other.
looking into to hopefully fix that. So, unfortunately, I can't fix it live. So,
Well,
So Cassius is going to pull out a length of parchment and with a quill begins very quickly scribbling down a note, letter of marque, well, a letter. You're not going privateering. Just to let you, to the rectors of the
Darn.
cathedral, to let them know that you need access to the catacombs so that you can retrieve the sword for to oppose a desperate foe.
Ooh.
Very well. It should be what you need. Tell Mum that be working late again tonight. Probably will be sleeping here. Just too much to deal with right now.
Yeah, some things never change.
So it would seem. It is
Was
good to see you again, son.
you too?
All right.
For the love of God, someone say something.
Mm-mm.
this is
Nah.
just a touching family moment.
He looks
I'm
like
sure.
genuinely like why wouldn't you like your dad? He's cool. He's one of my people. What? I mean, I don't even really like my sister, but I get along with her. Just this whole like animosity thing is just completely baffling to her. She doesn't get it.
I'm sure that Rakah would have something perfect to say right now.
I
Yeah.
know. I know.
Looks
Oh,
like
Aw.
looks like Tao Spoons has just lost connection, so we're waiting for him to come back.
Okay.
So
Okay.
sorry about the super wonk cameras on everybody but me. I can have a direct feed for my camera, but I have to patch in from a bulk source for everybody else. So sorry. Oh, looks like he is coming back online.
Oh, good.
Yay!
Hopefully, he's typing a message to us at least. So
Yep.
Oh, yep. Internet's
this
being
is internet is fritzing
ickies.
because he's
Icky's
currently on his
internet.
phone. So
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. That's the best Scooby Doo I can do.
Just do cat cam for a while. Everybody go for cats. Except
That's
for
at least
Esmar,
half a
who
cat.
doesn't have a
The way
cat.
that this is broken.
Yeah, that's true. It might only be half a cat.
Mm-hmm.
And with like some of our cats, it'd only be like a quarter of a cat.
Yay!
Yay!
Hooray! Visuals
All right.
are restored.
Woo!
So is this right now, Tao? Is this just going through your phone? Do you still have Roll20 up?
So it's not through my phone. It is actually through my normal desktop PC. Stuff is just rebooting and so forth.
Okay.
I shouldn't say rebooting. I left it up, but the connection is restoring and reconnecting.
Good.
Okay.
All right. So didn't really miss much. Cassius has given you a letter to take with you to the cathedral. explaining your mission and requesting permission to enter the catacombs and retrieve the sword. And he has advised that you can probably still catch the rectors before they retire for the night.
Darren's being awkward around his
Yeah.
papa. His daddy.
Yes.
Yeah, Theron and his dad apparently are not really getting along. More on Theron's part, it seems.
Yeah, it kind of does seem like that, doesn't it?
Shocking as that may be.
There's history there.
So, you've delivered your message. You've received a letter. Where would you like to go next?
I think we should hit the cathedral, guys.
Yeah.
And then we can go hang out with Darren's family. We'll have nappies on the floor. Have a slumber
Alright.
party.
Because we leave the Northwatch Tower, Nyrel's going to kind of look over at Theron and go, crikey, and I thought me and my old man didn't get along. Woo-hoo.
You never said your dad was the captain of the Northwatch.
Never seemed important.
It's not, but I mean, you all met my sister.
Now you've met my father.
Yeah, but you know,
Well, I've met him before.
you knew we were headed here. You know, you knew we'd have to be interacting with the guard and, you know, doing something important. It's kind of a pertinent detail, I'd say.
I'd say it doesn't affect the mission any one way or another.
All right. So, you leave the Northwatch Tower, cross a very wide, spacious courtyard surrounding the Cathedral of the Amaranthine, and approach the grand stairs leading up to the main entrance. So the cathedral is a massive church of cut sandstone blocks and iron-framed glass that occupies the broad courtyard in the center of the waterfront district. From the outside, you can see the towering dome that soars above the main sanctuary, surmounted by a sunburst steeple to honor Ardea, the Dawn Mother. 2 bell towers flank the main entrance, and their hourly chimes can be heard across the entire city. A crescent-shaped stairway leads up to 3 large sets of iron-banded doors, which currently stand open to welcome visitors. Inside, you find ornate tile floors, sculpted sandstone walls, granite columns, and vaulted ceilings. The air inside is cool and ethereal, illuminated by shafts of evening light swirling with dust motes in the windows. Over each window, carved in relief, are scenes of passing time, the changing of seasons, the cycle of night and day, nests full of eggs, wedding feasts, funeral rites, images of birth, death, and renewal, beats of the great rhythm that binds all the creatures of Everden. And then the main sanctuary, fashioned into a 10-pointed star beneath a soaring dome painted like the night sky. At each point of the star, there stands a shrine to one of the 10 minor members of the Amaranthine, while at the front, before the large ornamented altar, stand the icons of Ardea and Titan, the Dawn Mother and the Night Father, holding all the others in their orbit. What would you like to do?
Rakah would like to take a moment and head over to the altar of Gazmi, or the shrine, or whatever it is, and basically spend a moment in reverence.
As you enter the sanctuary, you see a young Strix female in robes crosses toward you. Yellow eyes bright, wings spread. Ah, more visitors, wonderful! Welcome to the Cathedral of the Amaranthine. Blessings of the 12 be upon you. My name is Tema Gloomfeather. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about our cathedral, or to direct you to the shrine of your choosing. How may I serve you this evening?
Yeah, I think we is Erasmus in, by any chance?
Erasmus, I'm afraid not. He's been away uh, some 6 days. We're waiting his return.
Where did he go?
I'm not sure, to be honest. He frequently ranges around the valley looking for more relics to inter in the catacombs below.
No.
Well,
I certainly could. We could speak to Cyrus Spurlock, the senior priest in attendance today. He's delivering a sermon, but he will be finished soon. In the meantime, if you would like to pray or offer your uh, or receive any of the blessings of any of the Amaranthine, I would be happy to direct you.
I will accept your gracious offer. I would like to visit the Shrine of Gazmi.
Of course, sir. Right this way.
Nirel's just gonna have a seat on one of the pews.
And Keela kind of tags along.
You know, sir, you remind me somewhat of one of the heroes who's also enshrined here. One of the companions of Tristan the warrior. Hang on, let me look through my notes and remember her name. Yes, Trill Dawnfeather, a raven like yourself, though ivory white feathers. I'm sure she was a sight to behold.
An albino raven. Such a thing is nigh unheard of.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Gazmi is the one who stole fire from the primordial sun and brought it down here to Everden for all of us, which of course is why all of you have singed black feathers. You don't need me to tell you that, of course.
Oh, yes, I am deeply aware of that most mystical of beginnings. And
Allow
Raquel is a little bit lost in thought. He's still present, but his brain is clearly thinking about something.
me to give you some space so you may seek the inspiration of the bringer of inspiration. And she's going to back off.
And Keela kind of looks over to make sure the other two aren't super close or really paying attention. And she, Sister Gloomfeather, could you
Yes.
direct me to Rhea's shrine?
Oh, yes. Right this way. And she is going to lead you back toward the entrance to the south.
She's kind of like, I'm small, don't notice me, please.
Very popular choice among raptors such as yourself. Rhea, of course, is a hawk. She's the lady of the hunt, the inventor of the bow. She also watches over travelers and sailors and sends all the winds to all corners of Everden. I wish I could fly as high as she does, even just once. Would you like to offer your prayers?
Yes.
Of course.
I don't usually. I mean, I do, but we have a bit of a complicated relationship, I think. And
As,
Keela kind of pulls out a wing and pulls up part of the bit of her armor, and there's a swirling pattern of feathers that in the patterning are there that looks almost like flame kind of building.
and when Tama sees this, you see her. Oh my!
Oh,
Sorry. It is a great thrill to see. I understand that it can be a double-edged sword.
Yes, definitely.
Oh, please, seek your blessing. I will be nearby if you need me.
Sister.
I think
So,
I think
mhm.
Rakaa is about finished, and as he's turning around, he's going to look for wherever his companions are, and specifically, I think he's going to take note of where Keela may be.
Before you turn away,
Oh,
you actually do feel a
Mm.
warmth settle over you, the warmth of inspiration and light. And you gain the blessing of Gazmi.
Ooh.
For the next 24 hours, whenever you make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check with advantage, roll 3 dice and take the highest result.
Ooh.
oh, Now I got to figure out how to get some advantage.
You also hear a gentle voice, feminine, soft, erudite, that whispers into the back of your mind, a voice you've known to bring flashes of insight or inspiration in the past. Seek the resting place of the White Raven. She has a gift to offer you, if you be worthy.
Oh, whether I am worthy, that I do not know, but I will seek.
And Rhea, as you sit down before the compass altar of, I'm sorry, Keela, as you sit before the compass altar of Rhea, so many fantasy names to keep track of. You similarly feel a sense of blessing and lightness and quickness. For the next 24 hours, add 10 feet to your movement speed.
Go.
Ooh, nice.
Cool.
Nyril, I'd like you to roll a perception check, please.
Oh boy. Let's see here. Perception, perception, perception. Where is perception hiding? There it is. Yep, quality rolls tonight.
Mm-hmm. It's a church. It's big, dome, painted stars above. It's there's so much to take in. It is almost sensory overload. This is definitely a very different kind of architecture than from what you would see in Humblewood, and it is a little overwhelming. Tama comes up behind you, Nyril, and says, "And you, sir, is there anywhere I can direct you to seek blessing?"
Nah. Don't really go in for that sort of thing.
Of course.
We all see it. If the Amaranthine really cared, we wouldn't have half the problems we got. No. They left us. We was on our own.
Their ways are mysterious. That is true.
Much mysterious about abandonment. That's an easy one to understand.
Father Spurlock says that sometimes when they are the hardest to see, that is when they are in fact the nearest.
You are.
I don't really understand that, actually, myself.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
But, well, there you go. I'm just an acolyte.
Oh, I appreciate it. No, you're just doing your job. But I'll just sit here if you don't mind.
All right. What's Theron doing?
Theron's been kind of just casually circling the room, just casually looking at the altars, and just happened to stop and take a harder look at the altar over here to Altus the Enduring.
And Altus is the patron of the Strigg, a great horned owl, champion of warriors and athletes. It's said that he captured the moon as a gift for Ardea and made the mountains by lifting the earth. Do you wish to receive the blessing of Altus?
He's doing things in his own special way. He's
All right.
definitely not going to make a show of it.
Okay. So keeping things low key. Meanwhile, there is a dressed in far fancier robes. There is a rooster delivering a homily to a group of Gerbine peasants and farmers who probably just arrived in town, fleeing the bandits themselves, trying to exhorting them to take heart, to remember the example of Gaspard, who, though lowly in stature, arose with great courage to lead his people to freedom. And as he finishes up his point, the group of mice come up and each pay their respects to Gaspard and then thank the priest. And then they begin to filter out. And leave the cathedral. And you are now as far as you can see, the only ones around. Rakah, roll a perception check.
With advantage?
There's just so much happening right now. Unfortunately, yes, you are also dazzled by this incredible architecture. So
Carl just looks up at him and go, it's a lot, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not really paying attention. I'm a bit brr.
Hila makes her way away from the shrine back towards where the others are kind of hanging out.
And the rooster makes his way over to you. Ah, my friends, welcome to the cathedral. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is. And Arl's going to stand up and kind of straighten his jacket a bit. We've been sent from Stonemoss. Rather urgent mission. He's going to point at Theron, needs the sword of Gaspard.
Ah, one of our most treasured and august relics. Well, it is, of course, in the catacombs. I'm afraid I cannot just let anyone in to view it.
Oh, we have a letter from the captain.
Oh, yes, indeed. Let me see this. Oh, yes, of course. It is his seal. I just now noticed the family resemblance, of course. Yes, of course. But this puts us into a rather difficult situation. You see, hang on one moment, again, looking through my notes to remember a name. Oh, yes, Brother Erasmus, the keeper of our relics. He has been gone for some time, and he left very strict orders that the catacombs of Tristan were not to be disturbed. I'm very sorry, but I cannot allow you in.
Well, if he was here, he, well, we just saved family of his.
Even so, he does hold authority in this matter, and I'm afraid until he comes to reverse that decision, I cannot countermand it.
There's proper bloody big bandit army on its way through. It's already taken over Shimonette. It's fully, just absolutely clobbered the east, and we just barely made it through some of them down at Quilberry Farm. Not to mention their leader is this crazy magical stag thing, and the abbot down at Stonemoss thinks the only thing what can kill him is that sword. So we made our way up here. We're going to go down to the catacombs and get the sword.
I appreciate your... And you see he's actually glancing back and forth, looking a little nervous. Appreciate your situation, but I'm afraid there really is nothing I can do to help you.
Can Keela kind of take a look around because she caught that him glancing around?
Sure.
That puts her on guard.
Go
at
ahead
least.
and make a perception check. What are you? Anything in particular you're looking for, or
Just see if she can see anything that because his glancing around made her think that he's trying not to look at something that is obviously making him nervous. So she's going to try and spot what's going on.
all right? Go ahead and make a perception check.
Come on, dice, don't fail me. I don't want to be overwhelmed by the cathedral.
Hooray!
You are not overwhelmed by the cathedral.
Yay!
So first of all, I will say he's not really looking for something more than feeling a little backed into a corner right now by all your intensity. There's a lot of energy going on here, and something is definitely making him nervous. But as you look around, you do notice there is someone else here.
Oh.
Over by the Shrine of Hath, the Raccoon Master of Night, there is a somewhat short figure in a robe and cowl and fur hood.
Hey, get down. Get down.
Figure that looks something like this. A Maypac female
Actual artwork.
with in purple and brown robes, who is hanging close to the shrine of Hath and is listening and watching very intently. She is tucked into one of the very few areas of the cathedral that is bathed in shadow and seems to have become a shadow herself. This is a common talent of her people. And you manage to make eye contact with her.
Okay.
And I'm quite sorry. I really wish there was something I could do. But right now, going into the catacombs is quite impossible. And, well, we'll leave it at that. Quite impossible. If you wish to make your prayers, then by all means. I'm sorry, it has been a very long day. I must now take my leave.
Now, has the rest of the group now spotted this Mapak, or is it just
Keela? Have
Okay.
you pointed her out?
She's probably done a little of like the matching eyes with her companions and like gesturing, like nodding over towards the shadows. Like there's one there.
The priest moves back toward the altar, kind of eager to be rid of you.
He's mean.
Nirel's going to look around and kind of sigh. It's like, fine. Seems they're sealed for now. Priest, anywhere good around here to get a drink? Maybe a place that you frequent later?
Oh, you could try the fish and the pheasant. If it has some rougher types there, but it has a lot of atmosphere. If you like something a little more upscale, you might try the marbled cat in the waterfront district.
And the raccoon actually does leave the shrine and is crossing toward you, Keela.
Yeah, Keela's slowly actually making her way towards the raccoon.
Excuse me. Did I hear you properly? You're looking for a sword?
Well, yes. I guess it's not really a secret. We kind of need it. Against what's coming. We have no way of defeating him otherwise. At least none that anyone can think of. Not in, 2 days now?
Aye, but we'll have to think of something else, because this is off limits. It's going to change our game plan.
It might not have to be. I think I could help you get in.
And what would the cost for such assistance be?
Do you mean to defeat the stag, Lorik Thornheart?
You know who we speak of.
How do you
Do-
know about him?
He is terrible and force of nature, not easily opposed. Great magic is needed to defeat him. Magic might be in this sword. If you can do this, I'll help you.
As you look over, she has she's clutching a staff, a wooden staff with a spike on the end on which is impaled a what looks like a miniature rat's skull. One hand is gripping the staff. Her right hand, however, is sort of tucked into her robes. If you look closely, you can see that there is a glove completely covering that right hand.
Well, it is our intention to use the sword against him. And we definitely don't want him to be successful. But you have to forgive me if this seems a little forward, but how do you know so much about him?
He came to my village. We didn't stand a chance. Those who opposed him fell. Those who didn't fall joined him. I barely escaped with my life. And he's sweeping across the whole valley like a plague. I have to believe there has to be something that can stop him.
Were you from Shimonette?
Further east. Been running for a long time.
Um, I recall is questioning whether or not to believe the facade. Well, I shouldn't say facade. I don't know if it's a facade, but
Yeah.
um, I'm questioning whether or not there is truthfulness here.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Whoa,
Oh,
nat 20.
my goodness. She is genuinely afraid. When she speaks of Lorik, her eyes dart down to the floor. You can hear the trembling in her voice. But there is definitely something she is not sharing with you. And she is trying to, when she sees your penetrating gaze, she averts her eyes as well. As you see her averting her eyes, you also notice motion drawing down to her right paw, still covered under the glove. She rubs the back of the hand, back of her paw, nervously.
You injured?
No, it's just. It's nothing.
What assistance do you propose?
We need this place to ourselves, do we not? I can get them to clear out. Let us explore what we need to. Hath, he's called many things. The uncaring, the all-knowing stars, the whisperer. He speaks secrets. I know there is a path from this sanctuary into the catacombs, if we can just find it.
Well, I'm
Do
not
you?
one for defying priests and all, but we don't have time to argue with them, and he's not listening.
I think Niral's going to come up at this point. He's been sitting, but kind of within earshot listening. And he's going to say, yeah, but you also have to bear in mind, miss, if we find that sword, we're the ones taking it, not you.
Do I look like a fighter? I would have no use for it. And I do not want to oppose him right now.
And she, her eyes go down again as if she feels like she said one sentence too many.
Who's him?
Right now.
No.
So if
Recall will
Yes.
suddenly speak up and say, "We accept your assistance. Thank you."
She looks up.
Right. So,
we,
now?
we do, What?
We do.
Well,
just one moment. And Niral's going to grab Ricard by the shoulder and kind of pull him away. And speak to him in hushed but intense tone. We don't know this woman. We don't know her at all. And the fact is, she knows about Lorik more than anyone else we've met has so far. She also said that those in her village who opposed him fell. Those who didn't serve him. So, you'll notice she's not dead. What conclusion do you draw from that?
I conclude that she is here for a reason, and that we are facing a door and we need a key, regardless of where the key comes from.
My plan was to meet his priestliness after hours and get him to let us in then. Do you really think we should go with this woman and go against Mr. What do they call a head priest? Is he a head priest? I don't know. But whatever Beaky up there, go against what he says. And
Beaky.
fine, not the right words. I know. I've issues trying to get over them. Still, do we want to piss off the Amaranthine, if they exist, by breaking in without one of their priests' blessing?
I have been thinking about this place, about our journey. I have reason to believe that even if we sought the missing, where's my note? Erasmus?
Mm-hmm.
That would cost us time. Meanwhile, this person is here, and there is no guarantee she will leave without doing what she is here to do. I do not claim we should trust her, but we will not know her purpose unless we further engage. And in the meantime, we may accomplish our own objective.
Don't make me say I told you so. And if she crosses us, no going soft like you did that scumbag on the farm. She crosses us, she dies. Those are my terms.
I suppose it is a good thing I do not take your orders, mon capitaine.
If I didn't know better, I'd start to wonder if you're in league with this Lorik at this point.
Well, anyone with any intelligence should be imagining all the possibilities that are potentially applicable.
Naro blinks and he thinks for a moment. So wait, are you saying that you do? I just figured this out?
No. Oh dear. Rakaa puts a wing like
Yeah, I
kind of
was
rubbing
trying
his
to warn
forehead a
you,
little.
but if you're working with him and she's with, and he's just now getting confused, crossed in his own line of thinking.
Rakaa goes, anyway, I think we have an opportunity we should use. And I think when trouble comes, we will be prepared.
Fine. But when we leave with that sword, it's in his paws. He's gonna, jerk his thumb back over his shoulder at Theron.
You do not wish the sword?
Well, he's the one trained for it, isn't he?
I suppose. According
Yes.
to, it was Abbot Bartimaeus, right?
Yes.
According to Abbot Bartimaeus, the sword's properties may appeal to any of our natures, but we will know more when we have it in hand. Knowledge, Captain. It serves many a purpose.
I think I'll stick with intuition. It's got me this far. Fine. Go with her, but keep an eye on her.
Both of them. Even.
That's kind of implied. Basically, it means watch her.
Yes, I understand. You don't have to explain. I get it.
Okay, good. Just making sure we're clear. With that,
Meanwhile,
Nyril-
Keela is like looking at the two of them and looking back, like she mouths, like I guess beaks. Sorry, so sorry.
I imagine there's this moment where, like, Nyril's looking confused, Rakaw is looking just flabbergasted, and everybody else is like, "What did they say?"
Going on, yeah.
The raccoon is just standing, clutching her arms a little bit, looking up at the fake night sky.
Yeah, I think Keela's kind of like looking up. The both of them are like, nice place, isn't it?
So, are we doing this?
Yeah, are we?
We are.
All right then.
Good.
What's your name?
Cersei. Cersei Moonshallow.
Well, I'm Keela. That's Theron. That's Rakaw, and Grumpy over there is Nyril. Captain Nyril.
Nyril just kind of nods at that.
Good to meet all of you. I have to believe there's a reason that we've come here together. Maybe it is the will of the Amaranthine.
Yeah. I'm not one to put a whole lot of stock in those kind of things, but considering where we are.
Now that we're hopefully following the will of the Amaranthine, it's time to pull the wool over on two of their priests. Excuse me, calls to the two priests, to Cyrus and Tama, who come up closer. Begging your pardon, my friends and I, we need to say our prayers in some more privacy, if you don't mind. We just step out for a few minutes. And Cyrus says, "Well, I don't think that's quite proper. Oh, please." And she lifts her gloved hand. And there is a subtle burst of green energy that emits from it, and you see the eyes of both Tama and Cyrus just blink green for a moment, and they wobble a little bit. Of course, madam, I beg your pardon. Of course, we will give you all the time that you need. And Cyrus and Tama both head out, looking slightly in a daze, and leave the cathedral. Right. It's all ours.
Andy?
Well,
Has been in a few scrapes. Where should we start looking?
the old one, maybe. The big one. Or,
All right.
or maybe.
At the Shrine of Gazmi.
That's
If
what I
it's
was
his
going to
sword.
say. Yeah. I mean,
All right. Both of you roll investigation checks as you examine the Shrine of Gaspard.
A dirty one.
Oh my gosh.
no.
All right. All right. You do see, so behind the shrine, and this is a in keeping with the size of the figure that it represents, this is one of the smaller shrines in the cathedral. But you notice behind it, there is a relief carved into the pointed recess here. The figure that you recognize from the tapestry at Stonemoss Abbey of Tristan the Warrior, flanked by his companions, who helped him to overthrow the tyrant Rustwing and his serpent advisor, the Raven Wizard, Trill Dawnfeather, the Owl Cleric, Clarion Autumnshine, and the Maypack Thief, Círdan Dusktail. I'll write those names in the chat.
Alrighty. That'll help.
And Saoirse is also going to take a quick look. Is there some sort of writing on the back of it?
Can you,
Looking around the back of the shrine. Yeah.
can you read it?
Yes, it's a verse. Brothers ate in silent watch around my chamber door. The eldest points with sinister hand along the sunlit shore. One by one, the brothers mark a path across the sky, where the youngest guards the key beneath a watchful eye.
I will post that into our Discord channel.
Let me get that pulled up here so I can read it.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you're
And
talking about the shrines.
Not quite, I think. If I'm correct, I see near, like in between each or in between some of the shrines, it looks like there are statues with swords pointing.
Oh. You're right. The statues.
So the eldest points with sinister hand along the sunlit shore. Which one of these blokes looks evil?
Well, the one right here next to us is pointing right at this one right here.
so, Nyril, go ahead and make a perception check to see which statue looks the most evil.
Of course, I get a good roll on a stupid thing.
All right, you study their features. You study their bearing, their poise. They all look they're all individuals, but
Wait a minute.
none of them looks particularly evil.
They all look the same, even Lefty over there.
Rakaw is thinking about the shrines and thinking about the symbology of the gods that are represented, and he's going to go examine the statue that I am near right now.
All right. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Pull out my magnifying glass.
All right. Well, with that roll, looking at this statue, you would say there is a certain youthfulness to this one's features. And the statue is wearing a visored helmet. The visor does not appear to be quite the same material as the rest of the statue.
Rakaw will step up and see if he can lift the visor without trying to break it or anything.
Yep. It's a bit of a stretch even for a very tall Corvum like yourself, but you manage to lift the visor with the that echoes through the sanctuary. You see one very well carved eye, another empty eye socket, in which there appears to be a short metal rod ending in a loop.
Can I pull or push or twist the rod?
You can.
Nyrel's gonna suddenly go, wait, I got it. Got it. It's not evil. It's left. And this one is left-handed. He's looking at him. And he's looking at him. He's looking at him. And to him. And to him. And him. And that one. Recall, it's the one you're next to.
Ah, such brilliant deduction, Captain. However, did you figure it out?
Because
Keela's still very confused. Like, wait, why left-handed?
left-handed people are evil. That's why.
What? Since
And-
when?
Nobody knows
Saoirse says,
Sinister and Dexter. Old words, left and right.
that. I knew a fella named Dexter once.
Was he all right?
Well, I mean, he didn't live very long, but he was fine. Well, he lasted.
so Rakaw, as you grasp the handle here, you find that it does twist and then sinks inward. And then you hear a scraping of stone on stone from the altar as the surface of the altar sinks down to reveal a staircase leading below.
Keela kind of hurries on over.
See?
Rakaw
it.
will
You've done it.
head to the stairway with his measured pace. He is not. I know that nobody else heard this, but ever since the words came to him while he was communing at Gazmi's shrine, he is a bird on a mission.
All right.
Well,
So
can we go then?
Indeed.
Yep. Hang on just a moment. And Nyrel's gonna, shrug his bag off his shoulder and dig out a torch, because presumably it's dark down there. And
it definitely looks dark
strike it
down
up.
there.
So he's gonna hold his torch in his shield hand.
Alrighty. So you descend the staircase and you feel the air grow significantly cooler as you descend. Cooler and damp. As you go down, you hear the trickling running of water echoing through the chambers below. The staircase begins to spiral down, down, and around. And at last it opens up into a dome-shaped chamber where you find yourselves on a platform surrounded by a canal of water that leads forward down a curving tunnel and out of sight.
Mm,
So what do? Bring coffins down here, put them in the water, and they just kind of flow down? Doesn't
Why do they gotta always have water around these things? It's not really that great. Not for preserving things.
Probably drainage. We're so close to the river. Has to go somewhere.
Indeed. How deep is the water? Like, can we walk through it, basically?
Oh, yes. So this water is probably just about not quite knee deep for most of you. It's going to be a bit deeper for little Keela, I'm afraid.
Oh.
I was going to sniff it first just to make sure it's not, the sewer running through.
It smells like creek water.
Is this just sheer wall right here, or is it like?
It's just the border of the canal, so you can step
Okay.
over it.
But it's not something you can walk along and keep out of the water.
You could. It's narrow.
Hopefully, my balance is good enough.
Candy burb.
Gnarl's just going to walk in the water.
So does Saoirse. Raccoons
Rakal.
don't mind getting wet. As you come around, we're going to open up into a new chamber.
Nyral's trying to sort of lead since he's got the torch.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You see
It's-
a
It's a lot of
good-sized
stuff.
square chamber lit in the corners by strange pale blue braziers of fire. There is a statue on a raised platform to the north. To the south, across the canal, you see several tables, shelves, and racks full of weapons of every imaginable description: swords, axes, polearms, halberds. An absolute arsenal, though as you look over, you see it's mostly more rust than steel. These are old weapons, been through a lot. Above the alcove where the statue sits, there is another verse. It says, "With this blade my strength was made, and many heads laid low. Wisely choose the one I used, and your way forward show."
Gnarl's just going to look over at Theron and go, well, you're the expert. Which one is it?
I missed the middle line of that. Kind of
I put it in the Discord.
Oh, okay, there it is. Sorry. He's gonna take a couple steps back and jump over the thing to this side.
I'm assuming that the passageway is blocked by some kind of door.
Yes, so ahead of you, you see a stone barrier that has descended over the pathway. There is a grating at the bottom that allows water through. It is definitely too narrow for any of you to slip by.
I'm no good with these sort of riddles. It just sounds like he's a headsman to me.
And Nyral's going to look at the statue, and does Nyral recognize this character at all?
It looks like Gaspar. I'm sorry, it looks like Tristan.
Okay, sorry, just making
And
sure. I must have missed that.
you see that his hands are reaching out forward as if to accept something.
Well, it seems we must investigate the weapons here.
Well, I'm thinking and agreeing with Captain Nyril here. Theron, this is your expertise.
And Theron's just kind of looking over the tables of all the weapons. Are any of them not rusted, or is everything kind of on its? Okay, go ahead.
Make an investigation check. And Rakaw was also interested. Go ahead and also make that check.
Dice are like, no puzzle solving for you.
All right, you see Theron in particular. This is there are so many blades. It's hard to see where one ends and the other begins. And you see glints of what looked like polished steel every now and then you realize that just further down it's pitted and rusted. It looks like most of these swords would not sustain more than 1 or 2 strikes. Rakaw, you are also looking, and you think you see something of quality among the swords. The weapons seem to be arranged in different categories: polearms, axes, swords, daggers. And something is drawing you toward the swords.
Oh, Tristan did wield a sword.
Wait a minute. That's wrong. That's wrong.
What?
Wrong.
No. That's not right.
Yeah, man, they wouldn't have his sword out here if it's locked away.
No, that's and it's right on, like, there's something just hitting like the tip of his brain and it's bugging
Wait a
him.
minute.
No, it's not.
He were a farmer, weren't he?
Exactly. And do we see any farming utensils?
Roll another investigation with advantage.
Just for posterity's sake, I will take the second one.
Among the polearms, you see many kinds of weapons: bill hooks and fauchards and forks. And leaning toward the back is a crooked haft with a perpendicular handle off one side and a long curving blade with the sharpened edge on the back. A scythe.
That's it. Laid heads of wheat low.
He was a headsman of sorts.
Ah, and here I thought I was good with riddles. I missed this one for sure.
And now, Rakaw, you, as you're looking over the tables, you do see something among the swords that looks much higher quality than everything around it. A sword that is with a broad, forward-sweeping cross tree and a very exotic, rippling blade with an elegant twist to it, or elegant ripple to it. A flamberge. In contrast to everything around it, it appears pristine, brilliant, almost, in the pale light of the fire.
Can I pick it up and take a look at it?
You can.
I don't mean that I'm using my keen appraising eye on it. I just
Right.
am looking for like distinguishing marks and stuff.
Okay. You pick it up. It has a an orange, almost fiery gem set in the pommel. And it almost appears to have its own light inside it. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check. Okay. With that, you remember there is a special property of magical weapons that sets them apart from other weapons, even beyond their abilities.
This blade is unusual.
Looks a might bit big for you there, though.
It's a
You know, heavy
flamberge.
side.
It's no rusted like the others.
No, it's not.
I sense the magic within.
I was going to say it would probably fetch some good coin, but if it's magic, it'll bring even more.
Well, should we put the scythe with the statue?
I believe so. Brother Theron's intuition, I believe, will serve us well here.
Dan, why don't you do the honors then?
I did help.
Theron will reach out and pick up the haft, the scythe.
Mm-hmm.
Do the walls start caving in or anything?
Nothing happens. You just
He's
hear the
going-
trickling of water.
He is going to. He can't get a good running start from this side. He's gonna come up and leap and try to get to the other side without getting wet again.
All right. Roll acrobatics.
Nyril just cleanly jumps across. No effort.
Oh man, I was so hoping.
Wow.
I was really hoping.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, you like
It's-
a gazelle.
I would take a
Sail
splash
through
in the
the
water
air.
to have that in combat.
And I was like, oh, that's as far as you got? Because you just jumped to there.
Yep. All right.
Sorry,
so
I
you
haven't had
have-
a nap today.
You made it across with the scythe in hand, and the statue is there with its hands outstretched, waiting to receive.
He's gonna put the scythe on the statue.
A grinding of stone as the barrier ahead of you lifts, admitting you into the next chamber.
Nice work.
Easy
That,
enough.
that time, Nyril actually just means it.
Don't let me put that hurt.
That's right.
All
Some
right.
white water.
Nyril will lead the way with
And-
the torch again.
Keelan sticks to the side.
So, Rakaw,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Taking the sword with, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh Lord.
Okay. As you step into the water with the sword, you hear a clatter and a sliding of metal as
Oh no.
4 swords lift up into the air. And they are each going to
Oh no.
start flying at you, at one at each of you.
Ah, you got to be bloody well kidding.
Well, magic trip, I suppose.
All right, so that's going to be against 1 flies at Rakaw. That's an 8 to hit. 1 at Nyril. That is a 23 to hit.
Of course. Yeah, that hits.
Keela, 15 to hit.
Oh,
And
that hits.
Theron. That's a net 1.
Ah,
Sorry, what was
You
her
know.
cause again?
I think it was an 8 to hit.
Yeah, I was
Wow, it missed.
I know. All right. So for Nyril and Keela. Nyril, that is 5 slashing damage. Keela, that is 7 slashing damage.
saying, ow.
And then Nyril, as the sword comes across you, it impacts your armor, and the blade shatters, and that sword falls to the ground. So that's 1 sword out. This sword has just missed Theron. This sword has just missed Rakaw. This sword hit Keela, and still has managed to hold together. So we're not really rolling initiative here, but each of you can take an action.
Nyril wants to spin around to just slam his blade down on the flat of the sword that's next to Keela here. Because Raka took the sword, so yeah, Nyril's absolutely blaming Raka for this. He's not helping there.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack.
Hopefully 18 hits.
18 hits, and
Woohoo.
that was a really good damage roll for one-handed, but you
Yeah.
don't really even need it. You the
Wow.
force shatters this blade, and it falls shards into the water, and that one's gone. Who's
Yeah.
next?
Yeah, the only action I was going to take was the dodge action, so
Okay,
no.
Theron.
As the blade comes by, Theron's gonna dodge it and just kind of let it do its thing. And if it seems like it's gonna try again, he'll just come on.
So you see it coming back around. It actually knocked itself against the wall as it came by, and probably the first third of it broke off, but it has left still a jagged shard, and it is definitely coming back toward you.
Bring it.
But you can take an action first before it does, unless you're waiting for it.
I'm waiting for it.
Okay. Raka, would you like to do something?
Yes. These swords do look old, and I think Raka will tap the assistance of his penguin friend to see if he can get one of them to chill out.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll your attack. That will hit. Which one are you going
Just
after?
the one between me and Keela.
Okay. And yeah, and that is enough. The frost freezes over the blade and it just shatters in midair. This last one is going to take another swing at you, Theron. It's not going to do quite as much damage because it has lost a little of its length. It's now more of a short sword. That's going to be a 16 to hit.
16's gonna miss, and he's just basically, when it's coming back towards him, he's gonna try to just nip out of the way and let it hit the wall behind him.
All right. So go ahead and roll a dexterity check. Unfortunately, so you try to bait it into hitting the wall, but you didn't quite stay in long enough, and it's able to pull out. So everyone else, you're free to take an action.
Nyril's going to come up and just try to whack it too.
All right.
Does 10 hit?
10 does not hit.
Nah.
Oh.
Anyone else?
No.
I guess I'll send another penguin at the remaining sword.
Go for it. That'll hit. So again, this sword freezes over and just plummets into the water and shatters on impact.
Well, Raka is going to look at the sword that he took and think, I see. I should have put more weight on that potential outcome. And he's going to take a second to return it to the pile.
Okay.
I mean, what's the point of that? I mean, you triggered the trap. We defeated it. Just keep the bloody thing at this point.
Well, there's no way to say if it won't make more swords come around after us later.
These were hardly a challenge.
Either way, this is a tomb. And
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
tomb.
that
Exactly.
is
They're
meant
all
to
dead.
remain here.
They're all dead. They ain't using it anymore. Why not have us use it?
If you would like it, feel free to retrieve it. But I will leave it where I found it.
Fine, then I will. He's going to walk out with the torch, leaving everybody else in the dark to go get it.
But it's stubborn, isn't he?
Meanwhile, Raka casts prestidigitation to make little little spark showers just to get some vision while Nyril is doing his thing.
And Niall's going to come back with it strapped to his bag.
Well, you do that, and 2 axes float up into the air.
Come
as
on.
Probably do that before I get past everybody else then.
Recall, you are trying to cast some light into the next chamber, and you are able to see a much larger chamber up ahead.
Niall's just going to just shout, "Fine!" and take the sword. He's just going to throw it back.
As you do, the axes fall to the ground.
Stupid ghost swords and axes.
He doesn't say a word, but just kind of looks like gives him a look as he walks by. Like,
Niall just trudges through the water.
Rakaw quietly says, "Well, at least one of us learned from my mistakes."
All right. So you step into the next chamber, much larger than the others you've seen, large enough that it has to be supported by a number of columns. Along the walls, you see several curtains hanging low, suspended from rods. They were once white, but definitely dulled and dingy with age, covered in cobwebs and their edges nibbled by mildew. In this semicircular platform where you've gathered right now, you see what looks like a wooden cabinet that is holding one more of those curtain rods, and in an arched capital above the cabinet is another verse. Look within yourself to find what you would rather leave behind. Loners will be overcome. Victors face their fears as one.
What's that supposed to mean?
I believe we should pair up at minimum.
Who goes with her? He's going to jerk his thumb back down the hallway at, is it Saoirse?
Saoirse, yeah.
Saoirse.
She does follow into the room, but she's sort of holding back a little bit, especially after seeing the flying cutlery.
well, she can come with whoever I'm paired up with.
I was going
Is there any reason to pair up? We could all just go as a group.
Look within yourself to find what you would rather leave behind. I've left a bloody lot behind. Loners will be overcome. Victors face their fears as one.
We should be all together.
Well,
Wait,
possibly, but as one, I mean, could also mean as individuals as well, just aware of ourselves.
is the curtain rod that's in the cabinet, is it just kind of laying there, or is it kind of clear that there might be something behind the curtain in the cabinet?
Make a perception check.
Come on. Perception. Not persuasion. There we
Persuade that curtain.
go. Persuaded good. All right.
So
Please
yeah,
open, Monsieur Curtain.
the rod is standing out a little bit from the front of the cabinet, and the curtain is hanging down its front. So whatever is on front of the cabinet, it is completely covered by that curtain.
Okay. Hila's gonna kind of like look at it and go, yeah, this is gonna sound crazy, but Everyone line up behind me. Make one line.
Okay.
This might be nothing, but just bear with.
So if
You
something
two.
shoots
You
at
first.
us, it's just gonna go through all of us.
I don't know if I should. I'm sorry.
No,
It's-
come
I'll
on
keep
up
watch.
here. He's
Because
gonna
we all gotta do it.
indicate to the spot between himself and Theron.
All right.
I'll
She
watch your back.
This may not
very,
do anything. I might be totally wrong.
very reluctantly
And
steps
once
into the line.
everybody's lined up, Killa's going to push aside the curtain
Okay.
and see what's behind it.
Behind the curtain is a mirror, very tall and broad. You can see each of you in the mirror. Who all is looking forward?
Well, Killa's in front of everybody, so I would
So-
say that Rakaw can probably see.
Oh yeah, Keela can definitely see. Rakaw can definitely see.
Theron's
Theron would
actually
probably have to
leaning over
lean.
to. Yeah, he's
so
leaning.
you lean. You manage to see.
Nyril is paying attention to Saoirse.
And you see Saoirse has her head bowed. Keela,
Yes.
you've served in the South Watch for quite some time. You know the forests of the Embershire, of the Shirewood, are home to many dangerous creatures.
Yes.
You remember a time when you were on patrol alone in a particularly dark section of the woods, and a terrifying creature burst out of the ground and very nearly had a pygmy falcon lunch. It haunts you, even to this day. You remember the sound it made,
Yep.
and you are hearing it now.
Oh no.
As behind you emerges a towering Unkeg.
Oh. Oh no.
And we are going to roll initiative, but this might be a good time to call it for the night and leave on another cliffhanger.
Oh boy. Alrighty then. My goodness.
Okay, that was not the plan. Like that was not how I was hoping that would go. I was hoping like different, but hey, at least it's my fear. It's not. I mean, it could be worse.
Yes,
We could
you'll
be
be
fighting
on the
there
closest thing
instead.
to it.
We could be fighting Theron's papa.
Theron has an irrational fear of butterflies. This is going to be a cakewalk.
It's gonna be like, what did you do, Rakaw? What did you do?
What did you do, Ray? Oh, just thinking about the shores of Camp Minnetonka.
One other thing that actually I should point out is that when as this thing appears, you hear a sliding of stone again as the door you just came in crashes shut.
Of course, you gotta be locked in the room with the monster.
Mhm.
Not again.
Don't worry, it's locked in here with us.
So I'm guessing Keela could see it behind them all.
Yeah,
Maybe the
it's big
reflection.
enough. It's taller than all of you.
And
Can
she
we
probably
all
let-
see it?
She probably let out a
Uh,
very unhappy little chirp.
Yeah. So yes, so all of you see it in the mirror.
Oh.
You have to be kidding.
Which
I'm
point?
sorry, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna try and go.
Told you it was bad at riddles.
No apology needed, Lady Keela. This place
you
is meant
scared
to
it now?
confound.
Hila doesn't get
All right,
any more
well.
riddles.
No.
Thank you so much for playing. This has
Yes.
been so much fun.
Yes, that's
Yes.
great. We're all
Oh,
gonna die
and-
to my horror monster.
It's gonna be fun trying to make sure that we always end on a cliffhanger.
Good that way.
I'm pretty sure we will find a way.
Oh yes.
We will.
Even if you totally don't intend us to, we will find a way.
Someone will draw a knife and be like, "I'll cut you." One of their friends. And that'll be the end of that.
It was
Alrighty.
locked the whole time. Ah.
Mhm.
Well, thank you everybody for playing with me tonight, and thank you everybody who came out to the game tonight. We'll be back. Should be next Friday, same time. So 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 Eastern, 5 Mountain, 4 Pacific. I'll just stick with Central. 6 p.m. Central. We'll be back. So, and we will pick up from here at that point. This episode will be going up on YouTube tomorrow, at least 24 hours after this started, just due to Twitch/YouTube agreements. So it will be going up on YouTube in full 1080p, and this VOD will be available in 1080p as well, because I remembered to broadcast it in 1080 this time. Yeah, take that, me from last time. But in any case, I'm going to wish everybody a very good night. I'm going to hang out with chat for a bit here. So have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Right.
Alrighty. And I will see you guys later. Chat, it's just me and you now. Full face. Haha. Oh, that was an awesome session. Hope you guys had a lot of fun tonight. I know I did. Nyril still nearly kicked the bucket, so you know that fear was realized. He's not too thrilled about it, but you know, he's pushing forward. But yes, a round of applause, of course, for Rastavar. Absolutely. Let's get the applause going here. And also a round of applause to all my friends who played along with me, and they're great characters. So, oh man, playing a game with good friends who are so imaginative and so good at characters makes it so much fun. Oh my gosh. It's just a treat to be able to play with friends like that and people who are just so good at characters. And I knew I kind of had to step back a little bit this time because I know I have a tendency to be a bit overbearing. So by stepping back, it felt really good to get to know more about their characters and have a lot of fun. There's a few things I probably should have pushed on a little bit more with Nyril, but you know what? We've got more sessions. There's more to come out, and we're still just kind of chugging along. So, not chugging along, we're adventuring. Haha. Oh, I love the corn dogs there, CZP. Awesome. It does look like we had a few bots follow during the stream. I was able to get rid of those before they were a problem. So, Nomad says 10 more sessions. Yeah, I think Rastavar might light a fire if you tell him it has to be 10 more. This was originally plotted to be 3 sessions. I was kind of guessing it was going to be at least 4, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be at least 4 at this point, because we've got a ways to go. I don't think we've seen the last of Scrag, and I'm interested to know more about Saoirse. What I know about her is the description I was given to draw her with, and that's it. That's all I know. So Nyril doesn't really trust her, but Nyril doesn't really seem to trust a lot of people, it seems. Wonder if there's something to that. Nuime says 5. Rastavar says, it's going to be more than 4, I'm pretty sure. Alrighty. I don't want to overwhelm you, Rastavar, so we'll try not to make it go on too long for you. But as long as everybody's having fun, as long as you're all having fun out there, hanging out with us and going on this adventure with us, that's pretty darn awesome. So thank you very much for being here tonight. Looks like we had a pretty good crowd. I just turned the viewer count back on. I usually don't have it on, but I've turned it on, and awesome. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. So, Tim Sachala says, been great. Dark Star says, been really entertaining. You're all doing great. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. A lot of this really, the thanks really goes to Rastavar for putting all this story together and all these amazing maps. You guys, I've looked at Dungeon Painter Studio, which these maps are made in, and it looks a bit overwhelming. So the fact that he's able to make these really, really cool maps for us like this is super awesome. It brings so much to combat, and even when we're not using him for combat, just using him for situations like the temple or the cathedral, not a combat map, but it brought so much more life into it, and you could place yourself in the situation there. It was great. Epsilon Metroid said, I love the character acting and the maps are great. Yes, very much. It's really a blast to play with real characters, and it's so much fun. I've worked on trying to stay in character a bit more for this one. I know I was kind of all over the place in episode 1, but I'm working on it. I'm fighting my inner Bugbear Nard, who showed up as my avatar for the first half of the session because I forgot to change it. But Nyril and Bug are very, very different characters, and I have to stay in Nyril's head for these sessions because it's way too easy for me to be silly, and Nyril just isn't that silly. However, being playfully stupid is fun too. Yes, yeah, Rastavar, our players are real characters too. This is very, very true. If any of you are wondering how I know all of them, they are friends of mine from a Star Wars board that we write on. We've been writing Star Wars RP there for over 20 years. Not all of us have been there for that whole time, but we've been there for quite a while. So we're already quite familiar with the characters each other like to write and how we play them. And we're familiar enough with each other's storytelling that we kind of know where to push and where to pull and where to just let it come. So it's a nice situation like that. It's definitely not the norm for a lot of D&D groups, but really, even if you play with total strangers, if you're committed to character and the story, you will bond. You will just gel like that. If you're trying to just min-max the story and just get the best equipment and get the most power, you're missing the point. Because there's so much adventure to be had in character, and that's why I really, really like D&D now. For a long time, I didn't play it. I didn't really look into it. I saw all the stats, all the dice, and this and that, and it just was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to learn that. I don't want to be, trapped in this, this class and only be able to do these things and these alignments. But 5th edition opened things up so much. 5th edition D&D is really the interactive storytelling that I've wanted for a long time. So if you've never played D&D, I recommend it. You can, almost everybody has at least some friends that play, or at least a friend that plays. And as you can see here, we're playing online. We're playing on Roll20 and using character sheets from D&D Beyond. So it's totally free. I mean, you can play for free. Now, it is really easy to spend a lot of money on it too, because some source books are needed for certain perks or certain extras and things like that. So depending on how involved you want to get, which class you want to play, what spells and stuff you want, you might have to buy some of the additional books on D&D Beyond to unlock that. But you don't actually have to. You can homebrew quite a few things. But yeah, as Rastavar says, earlier editions of D&D were a lot less accessible. This is very, very true. It was 3.5 and 4th edition for most of the time when I knew about D&D. 3.5 is absolutely number crunch city. 4th edition, there were other issues about it that I just didn't really get into. But 5th edition is great, especially with all the revisions they're doing to make it more open, more able to play the character you want in a setting that works for you. And as long as your DM is cool and willing to make some changes for you if you want to make changes, then it really works. Always talk to your DM. If you want to do something different, if you want to try something different, talk to your DM, let them know what it is you want to do and this different spin you want to put on it, and let them come back to you saying, okay, we might be able to do that, but in return, I'm going to ask for this or that. Or sometimes they'll just say, no, that isn't going to work here. Either it's too powerful, doesn't work for the story, or it just doesn't jive. So try to trust your DM to know what is best for the overall story. And sometimes your DM knows things you don't about other characters. So some of the things you're asking for, they're not saying no because they don't want you to have it. They're saying no because something might come along later that kind of will bring you something similar. Yeah. Darkshire says, I would love to play again. I have been very blessed by having friends that play and getting into it with them. It's been a lot of fun. In fact, they play more games than I am able to play because I stream. So there are often nights where they're off playing a game and I am here with you guys. Nomad says, D&D Beyond is very handy, but at the end of the day, you can print a character sheet and write whatever you want in there, whether you own the source book or not. This is very true. Yep, you can just do it on paper, and it totally works. Blacktongue says, I prefer to ask for forgiveness instead of permission. Taffer haven't noticed his vorpal axe yet. Oh, Blacktongue, I think Taffer's going to notice it now. Taffer, for those of you who don't know, Taffer is the DM in the game I get to play, where Bugbear Nard is from. And, wow, Taffer's put up with some real bug shenanigans there, and I know it's going to come back to bite me later, but I can't help it. Bug is just too fun to play. Nume says, where's the Strahd emoji? Strahd is banned here. There is no Strahd here. No vampires. This is a vampire-free zone. No, I don't care for vampires in general. They don't interest me that much. I know that Curse of Strahd is an immensely popular module for D&D and has been for the last few editions. And I know a lot of people really, really love it. My friends here play it and they really love it. It's just not for me. It's not the story I want to play in. It's not a setting I want to play in. It's not a villain type I'm even remotely interested in. But I know they're having a lot of fun, and it's just I'm the odd one out there. That's the other thing, too. If you are going to play a game with a group, especially with a group you don't know, there are ways to look up the synopsis of a game without getting any spoilers, where you can get a general feel for what that module will be. And then you'll know, is this a module for me? Is this a story I'll be interested in? So there are plenty of sites out there. You can look up spoiler-free D&D synopsis, and you'll get most of your responses. Darkstar says werewolves only. To which Blacktongue says, heck yeah, brother. Nomad says Taffer is an amazing DM. Absolutely. Taffer is an amazing DM. Completely. Blacktongue says, I too am partial to werewolves for no particular reason, I swear. Ume says, I kid, I can't give away my shifty friendo. Blacktongue says, Arcane Eye has a great campaign guide that avoids spoilers. Yes, Blacktongue knows a lot about D&D. And, he has shared a lot of information on D&D Beyond that has allowed me to get my goodness. I don't know where this is coming from. Wow. To get access to different spells, different classes, things like that I would have had to buy the source books for. So sometimes if you're playing on Roll20 and D&D Beyond, if you're playing with an experienced DM, sometimes they will have the source material needed for everybody, and they can share that with the whole group. So there's a lot of great options for it. If you want to play D&D, try it. It's not, about evil and witchcraft and sorcery, and it never has been. It got a bad rap, and unfortunately for a while, some of the people who played weren't really great at campaigning for it to be open and playable by others. There was some gatekeeping for a while, and I'm glad that's gone now for the most part. You'll still run into it every now and then, but if you run into it, that's not the table to be at. Go find a different one and let them know, you know what, guys, I'm sorry. I came here to have some fun and play within the rules, but still have some fun. And if you're going to push back that way, no, I'm out. And it'll be their loss because they're going to be missing out on your play. Yeah, as Nuime says, it's about getting to play pretend with your friends and be a kid again. Exactly. It's It's that. If you were, when you played make believe with your friends as a kid, and one of you had magic powers, the other had a laser gun, the other had a sword, whatever, it's that. But now with dice to make it fair, so that somebody can't, say, I have all the powers, that kind of thing. Black Tongue says, and don't be afraid to play potato. Yeah, this is very true. Bucket is an amazing character. He's great. Nomad says, not about witchcraft and sorcery. Don't tell Tasha. As in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, another expansion for D&D 5th edition. But the expansion we're playing now is from the Humblewood expansion, which was a Kickstarted expansion for D&D 5th edition. It was made by Deck of Many, who is now Hit Point Press. And it is all about, animal races. You got all kinds of critters, all kinds of birds. You get new lore, new spells, new classes, new subclasses. Nyrul's subclass of fighter is a new subclass just for Humblewood, and it's really cool. I'm looking forward to some of the things it'll allow me to do. So it's going to be pretty fun when we get to that point. And who knows, maybe next session, now that Nyrul's level 4 and we're in a big old fight, we might actually get to that. So Tupsachala says, I'd love to get to play Humblewood someday. You know what? Why don't you, I'm sure that there are folks on David Peterson's Discord who want to play as well. If you put out an all call there, I am positive you will find a party there. I can't really join any more parties myself. My schedule is just too full. Even adding this night into the week, it's like, oh crud, now there's less time for me to get chores done, but it's worth it because I get to be here with you, I get to be here with my friends, and I get to play, and it's a lot of fun. So there might be more art coming for this game. There might not. I don't know. Kind of feeling out schedule, seeing how Sketchtember is going. We've been having a lot of fun doing Sketchtember drawings here on the channel, and that really has been great. This last Thursday, I think the 2 I did then were awesome. So looking forward to getting those posted up on Twitter as the days roll out. But I will be continuing to do Sketchtember this month. It might not be exclusively Sketchtember. We might do it, like one day is that, the next day is a character. I don't know. We'll kind of play it by ear. I don't want to just overwhelm, especially with Inktober coming next month. And actually, I might be doing Stream Ink instead of Inktober. Stream Ink is a different prompt list come up with by a bunch of different streamers, and it looks pretty interesting. So it's a nice community. It's one I'd like to get involved in, so I might do that instead. We'll see. But yeah, Tombstone says, might lean more towards the Mouse Guard RPG over there, but worth checking out. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've got a copy of the book myself. I have yet to play it because I haven't had anybody to play it with, and pandemic really hasn't made that a thing. But there might be a homebrewed version of it that is playable on Roll20. Roll20 can handle more than just D&D. It does support other game systems as well. So it might still be possible to use Roll20 for the Mouse Guard RPG. Or, you know what? Some people just might want to try Humblewood because there are things built for it. Now, a lot of what we had to do is homebrew stuff, but it's out there. And you can just download it and install it to your D&D Beyond to give you your races, your classes, subclasses, spells, the whole shebang. So that's what I had to do for Nyrul. I had to download the Gerbine race and the Scofflaw fighter subclass. And between those two things, I got everything I need to do. I know everybody else had to download their specific race because it's not official in D&D Beyond, but D&D Beyond, there's so much homebrew out there that's really good. Just make sure that before you add it, run that particular one by your DM, because there's often multiples of the same race, and some of them are really broken, and some of them are missing stuff. So, just want to make sure you get the right one so that everybody's on a good level pegging and can have fun. But it is now 10:20. I'm getting a little bit tired and hungry, so I'm going to have to go here. Thank you again, everybody, for coming out tonight. It has been absolutely fantastic, and I have quite the weekend ahead of me. I'll be back on Sunday at 6 p.m. Central for more Sketchtember. We're going to be going through at least 4 prompts, maybe even 5. Who knows? Or we could do 4 and work on another big piece again. So Darkstripe says it's only 8:20. Well, come to Texas. It's 10:20 here. That's 2 more. Everything's bigger in Texas, except for Alaska. Alaska's bigger than Texas. But don't tell Alaska we know this. But thank you again, everybody. It has been a fantastic, fantastic night, and I will see you all next time. Be back next week for more Humblewood. If you're just into Humblewood and you're here for the first time, be sure to drop a follow so you don't miss it. But regular art resumes on Sunday, Monday, and Thursday, and Humblewood again on Friday. Until then, I'll see you all later. Good night.